believe we're live. I'm just gonna open up the chat on all the Bone Magones, Shugs, and Bones, and then we'll get into it. I got to be honest. Look, I'm not complaining or anything. Minor disappointment. I was really hoping to play Diablo today. You know, I had a lot of fun last stream. It seems like you guys did as well, and I was hoping that we'd be able to hit 60 on the Necromancer, but I didn't realize there was a patch today. I was late to hopping in. And my friend said, quickly, there's a patch, download it. And I started downloading it, and it's just taking so long. And because Tuesdays are, unfortunately, shorter days, generally, for streaming, I was afraid that I just wouldn't even be able to stream at all by the time it downloaded. It's been stuck at... It was moving fast, rather quickly at the beginning. Diablo, the patch, it's on Steam. It's downloading. And then it started, like, slowing down to, like, a crippling pace around 42%. And now it's at, like, 44%. I think I just saw. Like, it's moving just it's 45%. It's moving painfully slow, and it keeps saying it's only going to take like an hour estimated, but it's taking way longer. I'm not sure if it's a giant patch. There's a whole bunch of content. I did see that they linked me the patch notes. I looked through it very briefly, but I was partially distracted when they sent it. So today will be a WoW day. I'm hoping that overnight tonight, after the stream ends and everything, like while we're sleeping, I'll have it download, and then hopefully, in fairness, this is my issue, because normally it happened once or twice with Baldur's Gate, I think, where it wasn't updated and it screwed up the stream. It was like, it's a bad stream because it's not updated. So I try to be diligent and like check if there's any updates that day. But today I was dealing with some like unrelated to Twitch stuff, and I just forgot to do the stream to check Steam, of course. And today's the one day there's a giant patch. So so here we are. So we'll play WoW today. Season of Discovery. If you've been following thus far, you see, the thing is, like, and this is what I don't know. Like, I find it fascinating. When I first started streaming, I couldn't look at the numbers at all because, for whatever reason, I guess I'm just a very weak-minded individual. And if I see like a dip in the numerics from like one game to another, I'm like, oh, they hate me. They hate my game. I should just quit the stream. What am I doing? I'm just gonna go become like a construction worker. But somehow I saw it one time and I was really impressed with the numbers. Even the bad days, I was impressed with the numbers. Now, what does that mean, impressed with the numbers? It means anything more than 0, honestly. Like, sincerely, I mean that. Anything that's not 0 is like, wow, that's impressive. Someone found this. So once in a while, I'll take a look. I'm sure you can tell, if you've been watching the stream fairly consistently, that I have not really changed a whole lot based on analytics. I don't really care. It was not fun for me if I start like chasing numbers. But with that being said, I was fascinated that some videos just do significantly better than others. And it seems like the WoW videos don't do as well as like Diablo, for example. It could be because WoW's in a lull and Diablo's like hot right now. But I just thought that's funny because I'm not a Diablo player. Like, I suck at it. I'm learning the whole way through. People are like carrying me, giving me gear. And in WoW, I'm a little bit more well-versed. WoW is my main game. So I just thought it was interesting that, like, I guess I didn't think people would be, I figured you'd be more interested in seeing, like, the WoW more than Diablo, I guess just because I know it better, but who knows? It's just the nature, I guess, of the beast and streaming, and it's just fascinating. And what am I going to do with that information? Nothing. It's just something I noticed, thought was interesting. But you can't do Diablo today. I really want to hit 60. Like, I've been thinking about it for days. We were so close, and it was so much fun last time we played. And I really did want to play with Dennis. You know, he was such a blast to play with. So it's a little disappoint, but we'll do it next stream for sure. I could hit 60 like off stream, and I've been wanting to, honestly, because I just want to play, but I feel like we should wait because I feel like it'd be an exciting moment. So that's why I've been like hesitant to do it. But maybe I can just make it into a clip or something. We'll have to figure it out. But we're going to play Season of Discovery right now. Season of Discovery, for those that don't know, is like WoW Classic with a twist. I've been leveling very quickly. I've been logging out AFK a lot, which is what I do. That's why my WoW hours are like insane. I can't, to be honest, all games, I don't know how Steam works. Where like, this is what happens with like Baldur's Gate, is like, I'll play Baldur's Gate and I'll forget that I'm playing, I'll get distracted, the game will still be logged in, and I'll walk away, and I'll go to the grocery store, and then I'll clean up the house, I'll take care of the cat, I'll watch a movie, I'll come back, Baldur's Gate is still open. So the game's been open for like 13 hours. I wonder if Steam's like, wow, you've played the game for 13 hours today. I don't know. I don't really know how it works, but we'll buy one more bank slot so we have a little bit more bag space. It's only 1 gold, so I'm just running out of. I have so much linen cloth. I have so much silk cloth here. I don't know what to do with all of it. But yeah. So that's all. I didn't know how it works. So WoW is like the same thing where it's heavy mage weave. God, I still gotta get wool. I gotta get wool freaking cloth so I can do some of these boxes. Season of Discoveries, so different compared to regular WoW. It's a lot of fun. It's just very different. And I know I'm jumping all over the place, but so my question was, I guess, or my thing is like when I play WoW, this character specifically, I haven't played for too long, but it says 2 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. That's a played time. But what that really means is I feel like at least one of those 2 days, like a full 24-hour cycle, is me AFK for like 4 hours at a time. Because the game, especially this one, it seems like WoW retail kicks you out really fast when you're AFK. It like logs you out. But I'll come back like 45 minutes, an hour later sometimes, and my character is still just sitting in the game. It's crazy. And honestly, I forget to. And I usually record OBS too when I'm streaming or not streaming. When I'm not streaming, I try to get like footage of everything when I'm playing the game in case anything exciting happens or I want to make a video. It's just nice to have footage. And I always forget to turn it off. And I'll come back hours later and I'll be like, OBS has been recording for 6 hours. And it's like, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to condense that. It's a lot of wasted space. And I have a lot of that. So it is what it is. When I look up some games, like the hours played are crazy, and I'm like, I wonder if it just counts all the AFK time. It must not know like active playing time versus just AFK sitting in Orgrimmar. So I don't know. Anyway, Season Discovery's fun. Yesterday we got our mount. We've been leveling pretty quick, almost a level an hour. It's not bad. I'm mainly doing this just because I want to experience it. I never really played Season of Discovery, and lots of people, especially a lot of streamers that are like WoW sweats, all said it's so much fun. It's more fun than Classic. It's even more fun than Retail. And I've been so hesitant. I'm just like, it looks crazy. It looks like a clown fiesta. There's so many mounts and systems I don't understand. And why not just play Classic WoW? And I ignored it for a while. And then I just got to feed my pet. This is a mechanic that's in WoW. My pet's not happy. So I have to, before I attack, I need him to get to full happiness. So he does 120% extra damage. Because if he's content, but he's not happy, he won't do full damage. So you want to make him as full as possible so he can do all the damage. But I put off Season of Discovery for a long time. I've been playing Classic with my brother, actually. It was a lot of fun. But I noticed that the community in WoW Classic this time around is not the same. Not to be like a negative Nancy, negative Nathan, negative Nelson, negative... I can't think of another name. Anyways, so not to be negative, but like the truth is, it's just there's a lot of like greed going on, a lot of bots and a lot of greed and a lot of toxicity I never really saw in Classic. Retail was always very like sweaty and toxic, and people are shitty, and I think that's partially because of the implementation of Mythic Plus. But Classic was always slow. Anyone that made it to 60 had to grind their ass off to get there. They had to do dungeons and difficult escort quests and wait and be patient and level professions and grind gold to buy a mount. The whole thing is like sweat, sweat, sweat. So by the time you make it to the end, you're almost like a hardened veteran. And everybody around you is like, we all went through this difficult challenge together, so we're all just more chill. That's how it always used to be. But this time around on these anniversary servers, I'm not sure why, but it seems a little bit more aggressive just generally. There's always people fighting in trade chat, which is like fairly normal, but like it seems worse than usual. And the dungeon groups are very like greedy, hard reserving everything. And people are like, well, reserve culture. I saw some idiot yesterday made a tweet or something saying, well, I understand reserve culture. I ran a whole bunch of dungeons and I didn't get the item I wanted until I reserved something. It's like, I understand you can do that, but I don't think you understand the game is running the dungeons. Like, once you get the gear, then what do you do? Like, it's not, I just don't get it. Like, the fun of it is running the dungeon. And if you're sick, if you're upset that you have to keep rolling against other people, like, make friends, and then they won't steal your gear. They'll run the dungeon for you and not take your gear, and then you can just get it. Instead of having to invite random people and saying, you can come, but you can't roll on this item, you could just say, hey friends, I really need this item. do you mind if we run this dungeon together so I could get this item? And the friends would be like, that would be fun. Let's all hop on Discord and run a dungeon. And that's what WoW is. So that's what WoW is to me. So that's why I'm like, I don't really care about reserve culture. Like, just have friends and have your friends run with you. And then you get to have camaraderie in a dungeon. And that's what makes the game special. But it's not how the culture is right now. So it's a long-winded way of saying that's why I'm playing Season of Discovery right now. Just because it seems a little bit more chill than Classic is. I don't know where these non-Classic players came from. It's not about gatekeeping. It's not about saying this isn't your game, you don't belong here. But you don't belong here. It's true. You don't. It's not that you can't play, but you don't belong here. This is clearly not your culture, because the culture of WoW is a culture of patience, a culture of kindness, specifically Classic. It's a culture of dads and moms and retired people. It's not a culture of like sweats that are rushing through Mythic Plus to get the optimized gear for 3 months so they could do it again in another 3 months. Classic was like running to get your Savage Chain Gladiator chest piece in Blackrock Depths 600 times until it finally drops, and then you don't replace it until like Naxxramas or AQ or whatever it is. That's what made WoW so cool. Is like, and I'll stop the rant in a second, but like I think there's an insight here, and maybe I'm wrong, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think having dungeons that last a really long time, because the gear is so good that it lasts a while, is part of the magic of WoW. And what I mean by that is, like, I think being able to get a piece of gear and not replace it for many tiers. So let's say Blackrock Depths comes out at the beginning of World of Warcraft, and you run it, and you keep running it for your Savage Gladiator Chainmail, which is a piece of a chest piece. I'll show it in a second, so you know what I'm specifically talking about. So Blackrock Depths is a dungeon, and it's right here. Blackrock Depths, and it's the orc that drops it, I know. Which one is it? I just saw it, I think. Savage Gladiator Pants. Right here. This piece. Now, this is technically good for hunters, but it's also the best in slot for warriors. Now, where am I going with this? It's a very low drop rate, apparently, because when you do this fight, any of these enemies can come out. It's not just this guy that drops it. It could be any of these. So before you even fight the enemy that drops it, the RNG is which enemy are you fighting. There's like 5 different bosses you can fight. So if you're lucky enough to get the one guy that drops it, you still have to get lucky and have him drop it. So let's say you don't get it. So you run it again. And finally you get it. That piece of gear will last you. You'll run Molten Core, you won't replace it. You'll run Onyxia, you won't replace it. You'll run Blackwing Lair, you won't replace it. You'll run all these dungeons, you won't replace it. You're going to have to wait months to replace it because it's such a good piece of armor. So getting a drop like that is so exciting because it's so meaningful versus retail WoW. When you do things in retail WoW and you get a drop and it's exciting, oh, I needed this. This is my best in slot. Maybe for like 2 months. And then like new season drops. Please tell me that's a samurai sword. Oh my god, how sick is that? Are you kidding? That's crazy. The stats suck. I don't care. Look, it's a samurai sword, right? Katana, is that what they call that? That's so, man, I love samurai so much. That's so sick. I'm keeping that. Even if I use that on a warrior or something, I don't care it as intellect. That is so sick. I'll just keep that because it looks cool. But I think there's something magical about getting a piece of gear that sort of feels evergreen for a while. It makes the grind worth it, and it makes the grind more exciting. And not just that, but it allows the content to spread out longer. If you get your drop the first time and you max out and there's nothing else to do, you just don't run that dungeon anymore. And then that's one less piece of content that you can do. And you're just sort of bored waiting for the next content to come out. And that's sort of what it feels like with retail WoW. With retail WoW, it feels like it's a lot of just waiting for the next piece of content to come out. They can't get through it fast enough. And I think that sort of hurts the game because we're moving at such a rapid pace. It's like it's beyond insane. That's all. It's because I'm trying to think, like, why does Classic feel so much more rewarding? What is it? But I think it's the fact that like things move slower and things are more meaningful. Drops are far more meaningful. I just don't care when I get stuff in retail because it got to the point where content is coming out so fast, and it's not even content. It's not even new dungeons. They're rehashed old dungeons. They're just like, it's just the gear is meaningless. When it only lasts a few months at a time, it's just meaningless. I guess that's what it is. The fact that Classic is more stagnant means when you get something that's really epic, it like holds value for a long time, and that makes the chase more exciting. And I think a lot of players don't want to admit this, but the excitement is in the chase, not even in the reward. I don't think. I think it's exciting to get the drop, but I think it's more exciting to get the drop after like 50 runs. I think it's more exciting to get the drop after not getting it for like 3 weeks. Um, of course, you do get the dopaminergic kick whenever it drops, but I also think if everything was 100% drop rate 100% of the time, the game would get boring really fast because that dopamine, that kick that you get from that dopamine of the gear dropping, would start depleting every time because it's just too easy. It's sort of like, this is a very strange comparison, but like adult entertainment, adult content, like pornography, whatever you want to call it, it's just so easily accessible that like there's no work involved to like find a mate or like have that special relationship or have intimacy. So like why it devalues the excitement, I guess, of like, you watch older movies before like internet porn existed, and like the characters, the jocks, the nerds, whoever, the cheerleaders, everybody tried to work really hard on their personality and their social stature and try to move up the ranks so you can get with a cheerleader, you can get with the jock, you can get with the. And the reason for that is primally, and maybe this is like weird, insane, off the rails talking, but I genuinely believe it's because at the time, in order to have that intimate experience that you can now get by just typing in any website, you would have to court someone, right? You would have to like win someone over, show them that you have value, and you would take them on dates, you'd build a relationship with them, and then when the time is right, you'd have an intimate experience, and it would be a very meaningful experience to you. But I think a lot of people may never have that experience anymore because they just have that quick dopaminergic kick by typing in the website, and they get that same dopamine rush. But what I think has been happening to a lot of young men specifically is they're feeling a diminishing return very quickly. And I think it's very common, and I'm seeing that a lot, where they're not getting the same interaction they once got from those websites. And I think it's because when you abuse that like dopamine hit so often, I think it just the high starts leveling out very quickly. And that could be applied to anything. But I think that's a very good example because normally we wouldn't have access to something like that, except in recent times. And as soon as we had access to it and people started abusing it, I don't have an issue with people using it, but I'm talking about abuse of it. People that abuse it seem to not get value from it very quickly after abusing it very early on. And I think that also applies to like WoW or TikTok or Instagram or anything else. If you're not doing anything to get that dopamine kick and you're just getting it for very little effort, I think the kick that you get wears off really, really fast. And then then you're doing it just to get a baseline. You're not even getting enjoyment out of it anymore. Now you're doing it just so you don't feel depressed. And that's sort of in line with retail WoW. And I think the reason for that is things were handed out a little bit too easy. Not saying it shouldn't be casual or accessible to everybody. I just feel that the amount of work involved to get some really rewarding pieces have been diminished so greatly that getting it doesn't even feel rewarding anymore. This could be entirely personal. Maybe I'm way off and everybody disagrees and it does feel super rewarding, but getting like the Roc Dalar in Classic feels so rewarding. Doing the Mage Tower on all your characters, getting the mount, feels super rewarding. But like getting a piece of gear in a Mythic Plus, to me, it just feels like a means to an end. My friends, when they express excitement to me, in my opinion, they don't express the same excitement they once expressed in earlier expansions. And I think that might be because it's just so often now that you're replacing gear. It's so often, it's just part of routine now. It's just a means to an end. It's not anything to get excited about. It's just something you have to do. And the next question might be, is there a way back from that? I think there might be. I think might be a way back from that. I don't necessarily know what the answer to that is, but I think that the people that get paid a lot of money to build this game probably have that answer. And I think maybe through analytics and through feedback from the community, I believe that we can get to a place, this is going to be very hairy and scary. I think we can get to a place where it's closer to the roots of why we fell in love with World of Warcraft to begin with. I wish I knew specifically how we could do that, but I'm not smart enough, unfortunately. I'm smart enough to know there's a problem, not smart enough to know how to resolve the problem, unfortunately. We're probably going to die here. See, this is why I don't play hardcore WoW. This is just dog shit. The problem with this is, like if you play hardcore WoW, you just skip a whole bunch of content, because Who cares? Like what's the point of doing this quest, right? It's too risky. What's the point of doing it? So you just skip it. That's why hardcore sort of sucks, in my opinion. I know it's fun to watch, but at the same time, it's like, in order to play hardcore properly, to make it to 60, you're skipping like a good like 70% of the game, because too many things have too rapid respawns. The quests are too sketchy. It's just not worth the death. The time sink involved is not worth the risk. So that's all. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm rambling today. It's been a crazy day. I wasn't even going to stream today, truth be told. Then I was hoping to play Diablo with my friend, and that fell through. So I'm like, we're going to show up just for the sake of consistency. But I do enjoy Season Discovery. It's a lot of fun. And the reason why I like Season Discovery more than Retail, which I've been struggling to play recently, is because Season of Discovery seems like the perfect balance of what I was talking about. It has the difficulty of Classic, as you just saw. It has a lot of the similar rotations of Classic, as you just saw. But there are enough quality of life improvements that it works. That it feels good. Sorry, one sec, guys. I'm just going to open up the chat. I totally forgot. I think my Twitch is actually loading like it was last time, where it wasn't working. So just a second. I'm just going to reopen it really quick. My apologies. Season Discovery works so well because it has the bones of Classic with a few quality of life updates that make it better than Classic, in my opinion. And I think, and I hope, this is my conspiracy theory, Blizzard is using this Season of Discovery server and the feedback they get from the players, the things they engage with, as a testing ground, a beta, if you will, for what's to come in the future. They'll say, what do they like? What do they dislike? What has a lot of engagement? What are people running? What are people avoiding? Because I think there's two truths. There's the truth that players want to believe. They'll tell you what they like. They'll tell you what they don't like. Then there's the real truth. And the real truth is, what are they actually doing? They'll say they don't like something, but they'll still spend 40 hours a week doing it. And the analytics don't lie. And what I mean by that is, if something is truly, truly unfun, people will develop a way to min-max it so you can spend as little time doing it as possible. And that's usually the case with dailies. That's usually the case with leveling. That's usually the case with collecting things. If you look at Mists of Pandaria Remix, for example, people didn't like having to collect the coins. So they found out that if you farm the frogs have instant respawns, and you can farm the coins and collect all the items within like the first day. You can get super geared, get all the mounts, get all the gear, all the transmog, and not have to play anymore. It's the same thing with Plunderstorm. When Plunderstorm first came out, people didn't like it very much. A lot of people didn't like it very much. And those people found a way to min-max how they can get the most rewards so they could get what they wanted and never have to play again. If players aren't doing that, and they're still engaging with the content, even if they complain about it, if they're not trying to min-max the content to get away from it, but they're just playing it, even if they're complaining the whole time, I still think a part of them enjoys it. Because if you really genuinely don't enjoy it, you try to get out as quick as you can. And a lot of the time, they're not getting out as quick as they can. In Season of Discovery or something else. It can take years to lose a player base over a stupid mechanic, or just days, you never know. That's fair. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, another thing is, with like League of Legends, World of Warcraft, other games like this, people are painfully addicted. Painfully addicted. So like, this is my thing. I think you should implement things in the game that are no longer in the game, because then people will be like, well, I worked hard for this, and you just get it now? It's like, yeah, fuck off. You're not going to quit anyways. If you bring Corrupted Ashenbringer back so people can use it as transmog, you're going to make 300,000 players happy. You're going to piss off 6 players that had it before those 300,000 players had it. Those 6 players that got Corrupted Ashenbringer, that are still playing World of Warcraft 20 years later, are so addicted to this game, even if you piss them off, they're not going to quit because they don't have anything else. So stop listening to them. They're making everyone else miserable. There's like 6 of them. And like these people that want this, like, well, I got it when it was important. Fuck off. I don't care. I just don't care. I do not care about your opinion. Respectfully. Like, there's enough people that would have enjoyment out of getting this stuff, out of having this stuff. If you don't want other people with it, don't look at them. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're taking the fun away from other people because you want this elitism. I just don't care. I just don't care about your elitism. Respectfully. If I was a game developer, I wouldn't listen to those idiots. Respectfully. I say that respectfully because I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings that feel opposite of me. But, like, Jesus Christ, man. My opinion is, like, how can we make the most fun for everyone? That's a successful game, in my opinion. How can as many people as possible feel like they're having a really good time, looking cool, feeling strong, having cool things? And fear of missing out, in my opinion, gives you more anxiety and negative emotion than positive emotion. It may incentivize action for a short period, but I think if you do it enough, people get burned out and they just give up and throw out the baby with the bathwater. And I've done that many times. And eventually, you become very resentful. I believe. I genuinely believe that. If you feel like you've missed out enough times, you just drop the game as a whole, and then you just have a dead game. Oh, I hate it, dude. I hate it. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Dennis. You're absolutely correct. Like, I think lots of people are painfully addicted. Painfully addicted. Come on, man. Feign death. There we go. These casters are absolute aids. Yeah, definitely, dude. There's definitely a lot of addicted players. But I hate fear of missing out. You'll never be able to justify fear of missing out to me ever. It's a dog shit cancer mechanic. I think it's a low effort, unoriginal, uncreative, lazy mechanic because people aren't good enough at designing proper, exciting games that make you want to keep playing. So that they use fear mongering tactics. Like if you don't play this right now, you're not going to have the opportunity to get it again. Which to me is just like you're a bad developer. Just make something that's evergreen and exciting and fun all the time. Yeah, that's it. Like that's my point, right? Like it seems like, but the games are taking a hit now. I don't mean this to be a negative stream. I'm sad. Like it's just I'm sad at the energy. I'm gonna try to change it now. I'm under a lot of stress today. Sincerely, it was a stressful day dealing with a lot of shit. And that's why it's just projecting like that. I apologize. It's not intentional. If they lose half the player base but make more money, they will never change. That's true. Except I think eventually what's going to happen is players are going to get wise and like Turtle WoW. So the reason why Classic WoW exists, the only reason why Classic WoW exists is Blizzard saw how much money they were leaving on the table because private servers were filling a need that Classic didn't exist yet. There was no Classic servers. So either you played on a private server, which Blizzard was not making money off of, or you didn't play Classic WoW. And so many thousands of people were playing on private servers. These respawns are absolute fucking cancer. This is retarded. So many people were playing on classic servers that Blizzard saw how much money they were losing every single year, including big streamers with 20, 30,000 viewers at a time. That's a huge loss, especially when you're dealing with all these sexual lawsuit allegations. So they said, we gotta recoup some of this money. We can't just throw this money out. Give them a classic server, and they'll leave the private servers and come to us. And I think that was the first time that I know where the player base sort of dictated versus the developers dictating. And I'm hoping that will be a trend that happens in the future where people will, out of protest, say, screw it, we're just going to find an alternative means to get what we want. And it will show in numerical value to the developers. You think you know what we want, but you don't. Because they begged for Classic forever. They wouldn't do it. Nostalrius and Turtle WoW are two classic servers that existed to fit the need of these players that didn't have classic servers, and they blew up. And all the big streamers were playing on them. And then, like, a year later, WoW came out with WoW Classic because they saw, like, how much value was there that they were just not answering to. Oh, you're so funny. You love negativity, you feed on it. No, man, it's just, ugh. Yuck. Last stream, just to change it for a sec, just change the topic for 1 second. Last stream was so nice. It was the best stream I ever did. Not just numerically, like the numbers were pretty high, which were really cool. I don't really know why. I don't know what I did different, honestly. But just, it was so much fun. The energy was so high. I loved it. It was such a blast. I really, really enjoyed it. And I need to try to get into that pocket again because that was really special. Like that was a really special stream. And I really, really liked it, and I want to maintain that kind of momentum because when I say momentum, I don't mean number momentum. I mean, like, energy momentum. It just felt good. It felt fun. It was positive. I'm just a ranty person, I guess. Yeah, that's all. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. That's why I went to play Diablo today, because I was hoping to like recapture that energy again. It was so much fun. But we're waiting on the thing, so it is what it is. But to be fair, like even if today is like less than ideal, and I'm a little bit rambly, and I apologize if I'm coming off as a little bit negative. It's just like tension, dealing with some heavy shit unrelated to like Twitch or gaming, which I'm sure many people can relate to. Even if today is that, and we get no viewers, and it sucks, and people say the stream sucked, I think it's important to still show up, just to not give into the bullshit that I was gonna call it today. It's just for me, even if no one else watches. For me to tell myself I didn't want to do it today, but I showed up anyways because we have a schedule and we stick to the schedule. That's important for me. So if I apologize if today's less than ideal, if anyone watches the VOD later and they're like, man, he's like really off his game today, I would agree with you. And I apologize for that, but at the same time, it's still a win in my eyes because we're showing up when normally I wouldn't. Normally I would just take the coward's way out and just not show up at all and say I just need a mental health day. But honestly, that would just cause rumination, for me at least. It's funny that I'm bringing all this up. I'm so transparent on these streams, and it's sort of intentional because I was listening to someone today who was talking about the Grammys, and they were saying that what's so funny about the Grammys are you see all these people who are in front of each other, talking to each other, acting like they're friends with each other, and then when they go back to their homes, when they go back to their real friends, when they go back to their therapists, everybody hates everyone else in the room. Not literally everybody, but there's a lot more tension than you would expect, given the fact that everybody's shaking hands and hugging while the cameras are on. What they were saying is that like the music industry is more cutthroat than even you would think, and you already probably think it's cutthroat. He says it's more cutthroat than you can ever imagine. People are way crueler than you could ever imagine, to each other even. And it's tiring to pretend that everybody gets along when the truth is most people can't stand each other. And he's speaking in general terms, but I think he means like the competitiveness to be successful in an industry like that or movies or anything else, is so intense that it's almost hard to be friends because your friends could be stealing a job from you, which could hurt your bottom line or your pocket. And I understand they're millionaires, so like who cares if your friend steals one job from you? But I guess when you're at that level, the only way to get there maybe is to be so hyper competitive that everybody is the enemy, including your friends. I don't know. I'm not like that, but it made me think. I wonder if like streaming is like that, or other things. I wonder if like people that stream, and I feel like it probably is true, I don't know, but I wonder if people that stream are like, when they turn the camera off, that's not who they are. And I feel like that's probably true for a lot of people. But then you hear like things come to light, how the person really is, supposedly. Like, I don't know what's going on. I saw something, I follow only like comic book stuff on Twitter. I'm not even on Twitter that often, but I follow a lot of comic book stuff. And I saw that like Ryan Reynolds, someone's mad at Ryan Reynolds. I don't know what's going on. I don't really care. I haven't even seen Deadpool 2 yet. It looks like fun. But Ryan Reynolds supposedly is the nice guy, but people are saying he's not very nice. And I was thinking, like, I wonder if it's worse. I wonder if it's worse if you have a reputation like Quentin Tarantino, and that's just what you're always like, or if you pretend to be someone you're not, and then you get caught, and then you get exposed. Quentin Tarantino's always been a little bit rough around the edges. He's always been a little bit strange, but you can't... If anything were to come out, like if an article came out, Quentin Tarantino has an obsession with feet, people would be like, yeah, we sort of always knew that, right? Like, it's not that, like, whatever. You hate everyone. Just so funny, Dennis. So my point is like Quentin owned it. He's always owned it. Quentin's always been transparent about what he's like, and I wonder if that's better. So that was my mentality when I play WoW or stream, because like if I'm just myself and I'm just talking about like I had a rough day today. I'm sorry. Like, it is what it is. Maybe not today. Maybe we won't get viewers today. Maybe we won't get viewers for a year. But maybe one day someone will watch and say, you know what? I like at least that he's transparent. He is who he is on and off screen. Plus, it's exhausting. It is just mentally exhausting. I don't want to be someone I'm not. Like, doing this was like meant to be fun and like a form of like expression, maybe a way to like get my frustrations out when I get frustrated at the game and stuff. And build a community and stuff like that, but I don't know. There's something charming to me, at least. There's something exciting to me, at least, about being completely transparent about everything going on. I don't need to tell you all the personal details about my life, but just when I'm like, look, today sucked a bit. That's why I'm a little bit on edge. I'm sorry. And I hope that the people watching will just take that, instead of as a negative, it's just like, no, he's human. Because I do worry, like, I guess I worry that because I'm not like brand, I'm like, what's the word I'm looking for? Rough around the edges a little bit at times when I like talk about mental health and stuff. That like people would be like, we don't want to see that, and that's fine. Maybe you're not the audience, but I think there is an audience for people that just want like transparency and like genuine and stuff like that. So it's just easier. I don't know. Those are the people that I like. That's why I always like Howard Stern and stuff. I mean, say what you will about some of the things he said or done, but Howard, at the very least, if nothing else, Howard Stern has always been honest for the most part. And I always found that very endearing. As has been like David Lynch or a lot of these like weirder guys that are like sort of eccentric in a sense. They've been very like transparent about like what they're like, and they're sort of strange, and but I always found that to be charming. They're so genuine in who they are. They're not playing a role. So I've always aspired to try to be like that, because even if it gets me like nothing for being myself, at least I don't even want to say I have like, it's not even pride. At least if I get nothing else for it, it feels not only right, but I don't even know the word I want to say. We will never know that. That's true. If you're not close to that person, you're absolutely true. Look at Casey's just joining me. Jesus Christ. No, you're right. You're totally right. You'll never know for sure. You're right. But certainly, like, I think I'll give you an example. The things I've done and said so far up to this point in this stream have been nothing but hurtful to the brand overall, I think. I think people don't want to come on here and like hear like me saying, oh, today was a bit of a rough day, or me being negative, or me complaining about the game. I think if anything, that only hurts viewers. I think if someone already tuned in, they probably tuned out already, and they'll go watch someone else that's all smiles and rainbows and unicorns. So I guess one of two things could be true. Either one, I'm being transparent and genuine, or two, I'm just really bad at marketing myself. And I think both could be equally true, honestly. But I think, especially with live streamers or radio, people that are on the radio, I think because you're going for so long, and if you do it for long enough, eventually the real you breaks through the cracks. I think it's hard to hide it forever. And that's usually what happens, right? Like, even with like celebrities like P. Diddy, I thought he'd get away with it forever, but still, he somehow, like, he got found out. And he's not even like live, like, 8 hours a day or whatever. But a lot of streamers that I've seen, or radio people, like Bill O'Reilly. Remember it happened to Bill O'Reilly? I don't know if you guys even know what I'm talking about. Bill O'Reilly is is he still on the air even? I don't even know if Bill O'Reilly is still on the air. Maybe. He's like an American political commentator or something, and he has a bit of a temper, and he got frustrated one time, and his cameraman hit record, I guess, to film him as he was getting frustrated, and no one ever saw that side of him, I guess, because the cameras weren't on when he was getting frustrated at his staff like that. So everybody was shocked to see how he really treats his staff. As what happened with Ellen DeGeneres, as what happened with a lot of these people, right? And I wonder, is it worse? It seems like you can't get away from it. Eventually someone's going to expose you. So, like, why not just be you? But like Dennis said, Dennis had a great point. You'll only hear secondhand stories about them. Knowing others have shitty lives daily makes your shitty life a little better. Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's cool. I'm happy to hear it then. That's fair. That makes me feel better then. That's also partially it. To be fair, I think that honestly, but I don't want it sounds wrong to say that. Like, now we're going to get really transparent. Full. I've said this before. I have mentioned this before. But it does feel weird and a little bit egotistical to say. When I listen to like documentaries or watch stories or listen to audiobooks or read books, and someone that I admire expresses going through panic attacks or struggle in their life or lack of motivation or imposter syndrome, whatever it is, I do find it motivating that this person who I hold on a pedestal not only was able to overcome it, but they're also like human in a sense, and it allows me to connect with their work a little bit deeper. Not connect with them, I don't know them, I'll never know them, but connect with their work a little bit deeper. And a part of me had that mentality when I started streaming. And it sounds like I just, today I was on my friend's podcast today. My friend has a podcast. He has a multiple sclerosis. And him and another gentleman who also have multiple sclerosis, they have a podcast together where they interview people who not only have multiple sclerosis, but other health conditions as well. But the main idea of the podcast is that your disability doesn't limit you. A lot of the people that they interview are people that were diagnosed with something like this, and then they started a charity, or they biked across Canada to raise money for multiple sclerosis. It was stuff. It's a very inspiring kind of podcast where they have people on that were dealt a difficult hand in life and still found a way to make lemonade out of lemons. So I was on his podcast today, and I don't remember where I was going with that. We were sort of talking, and he was asking me about like writing and Twitch and other stuff, and I'm like, it feels wrong to talk about myself. It feels weird. I don't like talking about myself. I don't. It feels dirty and gross and like ego-y, and I always feel like uncomfortable with my ego, even when like my ego gets its defenses up. I'm like, ew, like that's gross. Like I don't like that thing wants to control me. I don't like that I have to give control over to whatever that discomfortable feeling is in my brain, saying, "Oh, this person's attacking your ego." Like that seems like weakness to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but it does to me. For me to give into the ego and be like, that offended me. Like that to me shows like a sign of weakness. I think true strength is being like letting it roll off your shoulders. So talking about yourself sort of feels also like feeding into the ego, I guess. And maybe this is just my weird trauma relationship I have with myself and my ego and everything else. But shiver me timbers, tiver me shimbers. That's fun. But I do get value when I hear other people talk about their lives, their struggles, their difficulties, and I was wondering if I shared my struggles, my difficulties, my day-to-day, would others also feel the same way? And it does feel gross to say that, but maybe I have something to value to offer. I guess I can't decide that. It's ultimately other people's opinion of me. But I believe, this is where it's so funny. New Diablo pets? You feel better already. A new Diablo pets. God, is it? I stopped downloading it because it was fucking up my internet. Shit. I'm gonna have to do it tonight. That stinks. Man, someone just messaged me they're watching The Departed. The Departed's such a funny movie. I love The Departed. But where I'm going with this is I feel like everybody has something to offer. Everybody, genuinely, I believe that. And then at the same time, I'm like, I don't have anything to offer. Isn't that so funny? How could that be? Like only one thing could be true. Either I have something to offer, and everybody has something to offer, or no one has anything to offer, except for a limited few. But I believe everyone has something to offer, even if it's a lesson of what you shouldn't do. Even if I believe, like even like P Diddy, who like pretty fucked up, pretty bad. Even he has something to offer. And what is that? And that's what not to do. How to not speed run, ruin your career, right? Like you can learn from bad examples as well, I believe. So yeah, I don't know. That's all. I guess. What are the new Diablo pets, by the way? I guess originally the transparency was for the sake of trying to not only help myself but help others. But at the same time, it feels like gross to say that. Because it's like, who am I to say that? But I think it's just being human. That's what I like. I think, like, ego aside, I'm, like, super over-analyzing all of this. And that's partially, like, because of the day I had. This is just how I am. Like, you think I'm bad now? Man, you should have seen it earlier. It was insane. But coming on here forces me to focus on something. And I get to play WoW. It's an excuse to play WoW. Right? So pick in Discord. Okay, let's take a look at the pets. I'll drop it. I'm sorry. If anyone's watched the VOD this far and you're still watching, thank you, sincerely. I appreciate it. That is so sick. Okay, I gotta show you this pet really quick. Give me a second. I do apologize. Like, it stinks. Let's see if this pops up and works. Nope, one sec. What if we do it like this? Hold on a sec. Let's see if we can do it like this. Open it, and then if we open in browser, that should work. Yeah, this is the pet. One sec. And is it this? No. One sec. It's not showing it. Hold on. How about this? No. Goodness, I'm not very good at this game. And the game is showing. Hold on. What is it? It is Chrome. So it's called Discord. Let's see if we can bring it up really quick. It's a sick pet. I actually really like it. Okay. And if you go back to Chrome, It should. Why is Chrome coming up? It's so weird. I don't know. Sorry I can't show you guys. It's not showing the Chrome page like it normally does. It's normally pretty self-explanatory. That's why I don't quite understand why it's doing that. Is that it? There we go. Holy moly, that took forever. But there's the pet. It's a little like a goat, a demon goat. I think that's pretty sick. I like that Diablo's doing stuff like this. I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I have a book on Norm Macdonald I haven't read yet, and that's because like Norm's my favorite comic, Norm Macdonald, and I've just not been in the right headspace. And I like starting books or doing things with going in not as a means to escape, but rather a means to enjoy. And that's like such a weird personal thing. Well, like what I mean by that is like if I got a new game and I'm really excited to play it, and Elden Ring is coming out, by the way, soon, I heard, the newer expansion. I don't really know if it's PvP or what, but my point is, if Elden Ring came out, I don't want to play Elden Ring because I'm having a bad day and I need to get my mind off something. That's not why I want to play it. I want to play it for the first time when I'm excited to play it, not because I'm trying to escape something. I want to be excited about it. I don't want to have something in the back of my mind and using it as a remedy to forget about my problems. I want to deal with the problems and then have a clear conscience and then play the game as a means of relaxing, going in there with positive energy, not like escapism energy. That pet is $25? That's just for the pet? That's crazy, dude. Holy moly, that's nuts. But yeah, that's how I am. So I haven't read the Norm Macdonald book because I'm like, I gotta like, it's almost a reward. I like looking at things like that like rewards instead of like escapism. It's like let's learn to take care of ourselves, get our brain in a positive space, a space of growth, a space of compassion for oneself, stuff like that, and then we can start enjoying stuff because we're coming from a different perspective then. And that's just a weird Lorne thing. It is what it is. I can't believe that pet is $25. That's crazy, dude. All right, so we'll play WoW. We'll play WoW. Enough rambling. Jesus Christ, man, that's rough. You know what's gonna happen today now is I'm gonna turn off the stream and I'm gonna be so worried about the stream. That's what's gonna happen. And it's too late. We already like shit the bed for this one, and that's just how I am. It's so strange. Like, why do I do this to myself? You ask. It's a very good question. I think a lot of us are trapped in like loops in life, and we have a set of habits that even if we're unhappy with, we still fall into because they're so routine. And I found out a long time ago that like even the negative habits you dislike, they become comforting. There's comfort in my anxiety because it's all I've known for 30 years. And even though I hate it or I look at it negatively, I do get comfort in the fact that like my brain thinks worst case scenario because I'm like, well, at least I went there. At least I'm sort of prepared now. That's better than not being prepared, right? It's a weird justification. And I think it's like the addiction of like, it's just like the addiction of routine, I believe. So if you're an anxious person regularly, you almost find comfort in your addiction of anxiety, I mean, of negative emotion, I mean, because you look at it like a positive, like, well, I'm protecting myself. It does make me feel bad, but I'm protecting myself. And that's what makes it so nefarious. It's really hard to break because you feel like, well, I can't stop doing that because I'm not going to feel protected. How do I break free from that? Right? It's crazy. Oh, an outfit to match the pet. That'd be sick. That would be sick. If you got like devil or goat horns, a goat face, it's sick. So here's something. I don't know if you can see. Oh shit! Damn it! I'm not playing retail. Okay, give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'll bring it up online. There's a pet in World of Warcraft. It's my favorite pet in World of Warcraft. Hold on. I love this little guy so much. He is my favorite pet. I'll show you him. One sec. That it? Is that it? There he is. So his name is... So normally... Is that how you spell... Is that how you spell Bale? Ball? However you say it. But I thought his name was Ball because he's a goat. So it's like an extra A. So it's like the ba noise before the actual name. But I think it is spelt normally. But he's my favorite pet. And that's what the pet in Diablo reminds me of. He's so cool. He was really hard to get. But he was sick. I love him. He's so cool. I just love the demon goat and stuff. Yep. It's amazing how I don't know if anyone else deals with this. Imposter syndrome, maybe? Especially when I play WoW. I feel like, God, like, who wants to watch this? And that's all I want to do is, like, stream WoW. Not all, you know, I like playing other games as well. But I really, really like to stream WoW. I really enjoy playing WoW and streaming WoW. And I knew this would happen, but I don't care. I ignored it anyways. But there certainly is a part of me that's like, I feel like people don't enjoy this as much as other games. So why are you doing it? It's like because I wanted to, this is what I always wanted to do. So like, it's interesting, and this is where I think this is the crossroads that I think a lot of content creators get in, and that's they maybe start doing one thing because they're excited to do it, and then they start gaining a little bit of success. Not that we have success, but like this is just another scenario. I mean, they'll like let's say Jim is a streamer and he starts streaming WoW and he has no success, and then one day he'll play like Elden Ring, and then Elden Ring blows up and he's the Elden Ring streamer, and he gets thousands of views for Elden Ring, and whenever he plays WoW, he gets like 2 viewers, and then when he plays Elden Ring, it's back to 1,000. It's hard not to chase that number, not to chase that money, even if you say you don't care, because it's not that there's guaranteed opportunity there. It's not that Jim can make a career out of Elden Ring. But when you see such a dramatic drop in interest in one game compared to another, even if you enjoy the game, there has to be a part of your mind, maybe not, maybe I'm just projecting, but I feel like there's a part in a lot of people's minds where they're like, man, I feel like I'm leaving a lot of opportunity on the table because I'm not playing the game that everybody wants me to play. And I had a feeling my mind one day would cross that road. And I just try to block it out. I don't care. Because I don't have any intention of anything ever really coming from this anyway. So, like, that mentality doesn't help. It's just going to make me burnt out. I don't know. You know, I don't think there's ever going to be an opportunity for us to make any money from this anyway. So, like, why chase numbers if it's not going to lead to, like, any financial benefit anyways? Because I think I would just get burned out, as a lot of people do. That's what usually happens. Like, even if there was financial incentive, I still don't know if I'd be able to do it. I feel like I would still get tired of it and burnt out and unhappy with it, and I don't know. It's interesting. It's tough. I mean, I think about it often, not like me streaming, but just the idea of like, what would you be willing to sacrifice for something else? And in this case, it would be like financial gain. I've seen a lot of streamers stop playing their main game because another game popped off, and then they leaned all into that game. But then whenever they played variety, they lost their whole audience to the point where it was hurting their career. So they sort of became locked into a box of playing one game they don't even like that much because just the money is so good. And you gotta wonder, like, is it still better to do that, playing a game you don't like, but still making money from it, but still getting to play games for a living? I don't know. I guess it's up to the individual person. But to me, like, in an ideal world, I think everybody would agree that the ideal situation is having the opportunity to play what you want and slowly gaining an audience that doesn't really care what you play because they're just there for you. I feel like most people would wake up excited to stream or go on the radio, whatever job it is that they do every day, if that was their life. And like, I think this happens very commonly with, well, we talked about this last time, and I don't want to bring up other streamers because I don't want people to think that we're talking negatively about them, because we're not. But like Asmongold was a gamer for a very long time, and now I couldn't believe, I saw his numbers the other day. I stopped following him because I'm not really interested in the politics. But to be fair, with that said, if he ever went back to WoW, I would follow him faster than, like, I don't know what. But I haven't watched his stuff in a while, and I saw the other day when he was streaming, I clicked his stream just to see what he was up to. And it was politics stuff and React stuff, but my God, his numbers I've never seen numbers like that. Maybe like at the release of an X-Pac, he had numbers like that. The numbers he was doing because of politics, maybe because it's politics, I feel like it was, were staggering. One of the biggest people on the platform. It was absolutely insane. So I understand why it's hard to walk away from that money. I absolutely understand. But I wonder, like, does it like poison you over time? Does it like poison the soul? Because like if he's not really interested in it, but it just generates a lot of money, I wonder if the money is enough to like make you happy in spite of you having to like, it feels like work. I feel like at that point, I wonder how much. Maybe he likes it. If he likes it, then that's the best case scenario. We'll never know. But he's an example that I thought of just because I saw how much bigger his numbers were when we started doing politics. I think last stream I saw was a few days ago. I think he was at like 60 something thousand viewers. That is astronomical. Doesn't even touch those numbers. Like that is, I don't even know what word I could use to describe how many people that is. That was unbelievable to see that. I'm very happy for his success. But I feel like there are people, maybe not him specifically, but there are people that have generated a following like that, doing something that they didn't think was going to be the rest of their career, but now because the numbers that generates are so high, they feel like they have no other choice but to still do it, because as soon as they transition to something else, it drops off significantly, and so does the pay. And that's something that I guess I've always had top of mind to try to avoid. Not that like we'll ever, like I said, we'll ever make money, but just the idea of like chasing numbers for the sake of like numbers, because I feel like it usually hurts you in the end. You just become resentful of it and tired and not interested anymore. You're sort of checked out. It sort of feels that way with Howard Stern. I haven't listened to him in a little while. It's been a little while since I've heard Howard Stern, honestly. But it seems like he still takes the paycheck for the money. Sorry, just responding to a text. It seems like in recent years, he's just showing up to take the money, but he's sort of checked out of the job. The younger Howard was really excited. He loved radio. He loved interviewing. He was really excited to get musicians and actors and his friends on. But since Howard got more political, since the pandemic, since it seems like he's tired, he's not really into it anymore, he's getting older, and it sort of got sad to listen to. And it's funny how like what do they call it? Golden handcuffs, I think they call it. Because you are very wealthy, you have huge success, but it does weigh you down a little bit. It like golden handcuffs, because they're handcuffs. They do keep you like restrained, but at least it's a restraint with lots of money in the bank. And that sounds ideal for anyone like that doesn't have that success. And I agree, but I feel like that wears off pretty quick. That excitement of like, thank God I have money in the bank. I feel like eventually you start really resenting it a lot, and your life becomes a little bit of a hell in a sense. Yeah, so I don't know. It's what I try to avoid at all costs. That's why I'm still playing WoW right now. I feel like a lot of people that are watching don't necessarily love WoW, but I really like it. It makes me happy, and I hope that maybe we can generate an audience that also enjoys it a little more. Because we could play Overwatch, which I just can't stand. I wouldn't be having fun. I pretend to be having fun. Marvel Rivals, that's hot right now. There's all kinds of games that are hot right now. Like growing on Twitch, I could do React content. We could watch TikToks. That helps grow. We can do the Just Chatting section for 2 hours first. That helps grow because the Just Chatting section is much bigger and people are far more likely to adapt. The WoW section is very sweaty and already has a very close-knit community. Trying to break through a WoW section after it's already so well established with large names that are already pillars of content creation is a very difficult uphill battle. At any time, if you go into the WoW section, there are pillars that are always on, whether it's Sodapoppin later in the day, whether it's Guzu or the EU streamers in the morning. There's always big people that are always on that you could watch instead of someone like me. So why would you watch me? It's like, in order to break through, you're better off playing smaller games or doing Just Chatting or stuff like that. But in my opinion, if we're going to do that, why bother at all? Why bother logging in at all? Like, for what? Right? I don't know. So I hope that, If I could get one thing out of streaming, I think it would be really cool if we could develop an audience that either that likes WoW, or just doesn't care that we play WoW because they're just here to chat. I think that would make me so excited to wake up every day and stream. I'd probably even stream more than 3 times a week, honestly. If we could develop a strong enough community where people just are excited to like chat with each other, regardless of what we're playing, that would be really cool. Because then I could still have fun doing this, and you guys could have fun being a part of it, and no one feels like they have to sacrifice anything in order to like maintain, is the status quo the right word? I don't know. But something that I am excited for is this samurai sword, which I just realized I had again. This is why I love WoW. It's little things like this. I'm so silly, but like I love the samurai sword so freaking much. Okay, Dennis, I'm sorry, dude. I have to ask, is that pet $25? Did you pay $25 for a goat pet? I love you, man. That's crazy, dude. Just the pet is $25? Is that true? Is like that pet actually 25? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, we're done with the rambles though. Done with the rambles. In short, to be transparent about what happened today, I had to deal with some pretty serious stuff. Stuff that involved litigation, for lack of a better word. Not something that I did. I wasn't having to defend myself. I was actually the person who was trying to navigate it. And unfortunately, I had to go through a litigation route because the individual was making it more difficult than it had to be. And it's just, I'm not a very, I'm sorry I have to keep it so cryptic. It's just for the sake of respect for both parties and everyone involved. But in short, anytime you have to get like lawyers involved or deal with anything that involves like litigation or bureaucracy, it's very draining. And I wasn't expecting it. It's an open and closed case, but just the process is a very draining process. So that's just why I'm a little bit on edge. So I apologize. But next stream, as I did say when we turned the stream off, I'm going to be like, God, did I screw up today's stream? I'm so worried. What if people think I'm an idiot? But next stream will definitely have a different energy. But I appreciate everybody that is going to watch the VOD or that's here now or, we're turning it around. And I think resilience is a very underappreciated trait in all of us. I think to have the resilience to bounce back from a difficult situation is a huge skill that, if worked on, would benefit everyone, the individual that's having to bounce back and even those around them. It's something that I struggle with, but something that I've always admired. Some people's resiliency to be able to have a bad day in the morning and then just brush it off and go about their day like nothing happened. I carry it with me, but I would eventually like to develop strength to do that. Hey, dude, how are you? Dude, he's so fucking funny. This is why I love my friends, because all they do is make fun of me. And that's what I need in my life. I need people to call me on my stupid shit. This gives me energy. This gives me life. Please keep me accountable and call me on the stupid shit that I say and do. He's like, is the VOD staying up? Because he knows what's gonna fucking happen. Because I'll be like, God, today was a bad stream. Like, should I keep it up? It's like, yeah, I'm an idiot, dude. Like, I overthink this shit. Thank you for, like, thank you so much. That's so ridiculous. Oh my God, that's the sign of a true friend. A true friend will always call you on your shit, like genuinely though, and it's not a negative thing at all. Like they keep you honest and they keep you a good person, and that's why I love him so much. He's so funny, dude. Oh my God, that's so silly. We've been so slow because I've been speaking Japanese for the past hour and a half. Only if you make graphic designs. These guys, man, they're sharp. Jesus Christ, dude. WoW's fun. I do like WoW. God damn, I want to play Diablo so bad. But, like, it was taking too long. I screwed up today, so... I don't have, you know what I need to start doing? I don't know why I don't do this. I think you guys told me this before. Someone told me this before. Just have Steam always running in the background. I don't know why I don't. Why don't I have Steam in the background? It'll just always update when something needs to be updated. Like, what am I doing? What are we doing? I'm so hungry. Supper's in the oven. Angry, I tell you. What are you having for supper? What's for supper today? That reminds me. Jesus, give me 30 seconds. I gotta thaw out meat for dinner. Jesus, man. Holy man, you just saved me dinner. Wow, today's your last day home. I feel like I barely saw you. Holy moly, man. I'm glad we had that one day we were chatting, and like today we're chatting. That's fun, but that went by so fast. And are you still feeling under the weather? It seems like so. It sucks. You had a multi-pizza cooking, half pepperoni and cheese. How do you even say that word? Pancetta? Is that how that's not right. How do you say that word? Olives, Parmesan, half. That's chicken, bacon, ranch. It's not pancetta. Pancetta? It's pancetta. Pancetta. I've heard pancetta before. Is that meat? Is that an Italian meat? Is that what that is? Barbecue sauce and all. Jesus, man. You guys can't just eat normal food, huh? You guys have to get fancy with everything. It's crazy. Every time you guys cook anything, it's like, this is something that would cost like $200 at like a French restaurant. It's crazy. You know what I eat every day? Like, I eat the same meal every day. I eat oatmeal in the morning. I'll have like... Sometimes I'll skip lunch. And then I'll eat like plain like chicken and rice for dinner. Like, I literally eat like plain and like the same thing like every day. Pancetta. Did I say it right? Did I sort of say it right? I said pancetta. You said pancetta. So it's pancetta. So what's pancetta? I've heard pancetta, pancetta, pancetta. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, is that like I know it's like prosciutto. And what is Tony Soprano eat? Gabagoo. What's gabagoo? He just I think I heard, and I don't know if this is true or not. Like gabagoo or whatever that word is that he's saying. He's always yelling at Carmela, "Where's the gabagoo?" I think it's not actually called that. That's like the Jersey term. Like they call oh Christ. This isn't spoilers. This is not spoilers. It's a very small, insignificant scene in The Sopranos. If I told you this and you never saw the show, you wouldn't even know what I'm talking about. It's so insignificant. There's a scene where they're in Italy and they're with actual Italian people because they're Italian Americans. They're more American than they are Italian in The Sopranos. They call sauce in New Jersey gravy. Gravy is not what you put on turkey. Gravy is what they put on spaghetti sauce, like meat. You know, red meat sauce, tomato sauce. They call it spaghetti and gravy. It's a dialect thing. So they were in, I think it was Italy, and the one guy said, "Whoa, yo, where's the gravy? I need more gravy." And they were laughing at him like these Neanderthals. They don't even know what meat sauce is, or something. It was a scene like that or something. I thought it was so funny that they were being made fun of by the authentic Italians because they're like these degenerate New Jersey Italians have no idea what their own culture is. I always remembered that scene. I always thought it was so funny that he called it gravy and they were laughing at him for calling it gravy. But I think it's the same thing with gabagoo. I don't think gabagoo is. I think if you go to like a I could be wrong, but I think if you go to a like a butcher and you ask like for gabagoo, the guy might know what you're talking about. But it might be a Jersey dialect thing. I'm not sure, but I think it is. I think it's at the real name of the meat is like prosciutto or something. It's one of those cuts. It's one of the cuts that everybody knows. They just give it a different name in Jersey because that's just what Jersey's like. Pancetta is a special prepared Italian bacon, essentially. Yeah, cool. I think I've heard of it before or seen it. Like, you know, I'm not big on like meat cuts and stuff like that, but that's cool. Man, I love The Sopranos so much. I've watched it. There's few shows. You know, I love Breaking Bad. I love Ozark. I've only watched them like once or twice. I think once. Maybe Breaking Bad I've seen twice. Definitely once, maybe twice, I don't know. But The Sopranos, I must have seen it like 4 or 5, maybe 6 times already. And I want to watch it again. Like it never gets old. It's just I know everybody loves The Wire. I don't know if you guys have like seen like The Wire or The Sopranos or any of those shows on HBO, but The Simpsons is my favorite show probably just because I grew up on it and I speak in Simpsons references. I can see a frame of an episode and probably tell you what episode it is. Like I'm super weird with The Simpsons, but if I were to say what's the greatest television show ever made, not that I've watched all of them, but I feel like The Sopranos would be a strong contender. It definitely is one of the greatest stories in modern, both television and cinema. Honestly, it's just everything. The writing, the character development, the acting, it's such a perfectly done show. Everybody plays their part so strong. The characters are so believable. And the weirdest part is about the show, it's so funny. And it's so weird because I don't know if it was meant to be funny when it first came out. When David Chase wrote it, I don't know if he knew that people would laugh at some of the lines, or it just so happened to just be that way, and then they leaned into it over the later seasons. Because it's not traditionally funny. It's not like a setup and a punchline kind of funny. How are these guys spawning already? Brother, we're still fighting them. What are you doing? What is going on? I don't understand. We're still killing the mobs and they spawned already. What? But it's one of the most unintentionally funny shows, I believe. I feel like there are moments of it where it's intentionally meant to be funny, but I feel like most of the jokes are not intended to be funny and they just are. It's just an unintentionally funny show, and it like really is actually genuinely funny. Like seriously laugh out loud funny. And not even because the show itself is funny, but I think the characters are so insane sometimes. Some of the things they say or do or it's just so outlandish that it's past the point of dramatic and or tragic and it's comical. That's what I think it is. With although like Breaking Bad's been like that too many times, right? Where like Jesse would say something and like nothing about this is inherently funny, but it's just so beyond sane that you just have to laugh at it. What does Homer Simpson say a gun is? What does Homer Simpson say a gun is? I don't know. I remember the scene. I remember the episode you're talking about. He gets the gun. He has to wait 24 hours. And while he's waiting the 24 hours to collect his gun, he's standing in front of his house. And Ned Flanders drives by. Patty and Selma drive by. A guy with ducks a row of ducks walks by. A guy with a target on a big truck drives by. Like all these things that you want to shoot at drive by the one day that you just have a gun. Like it's so goddamn clever, The Simpsons. That's why I love it. It's just so unbelievably funny. I don't remember every like quote, but just I'll see a quote from an episode and I'll be like, oh, I remember that episode, or I know that episode. Like it's silly. God, these guys keep spawning. This is crazy how fast they spawn. It must be good for farming, but when you have to drink as much as I have to drink, this is really tough. Because there's a group of 3 here, and I need to get this thing right here. So we'll wait for them to pat, and then we'll quickly try to run in if we can. Pat, Ton, Oswald. Our bags are full, man. Okay, let's run. See if we can get it. Are you saying The Sopranos is boring? Are you telling me The Sopranos is boring, Dennis? That's crazy. What shows do you like? Oh my god, I'm almost hurt by that. That's nuts. I loved it so much. Like, all the crazy characters, Polly Walnuts, and like they're so strange. The thing you used to point at the thing you want to die. That's true. That's actually very funny. I like how you remember that. Why do you remember that line? That was such a strange line. Hey, it's a huge upgrade, actually. I didn't even know I had that. That's crazy agility. That's awesome. We're using that. I don't have enough skulls. You need 20 skulls. How many skulls do we have? Gotta throw stuff out to make more bag space. Where? Spirit bone necklace. Those are the tusks. Where do you get the skulls from? They're not around here? Oh, we have tusks. Is this the necklace quest? No. Where's the skull quest? Or down here, the skulls, maybe. Nope. Weird. If this is the tusk, where do you get the skulls from? Maybe it is from here. Yes, there it is. No, that's another quest. Speaking with... I don't know. Who knows? Anyways. I can't believe... I can't... If Dennis did say it's boring, then The Sopranos, that's crazy. But HBO does shows like nobody else does shows. It's just... There's something about HBO, man. I watched Vinland Saga yesterday for the first... Like, we tried to watch it. I kept falling asleep the first episode. So I think we finished the first episode, which I remembered some of it as I watched it. It's interesting. It doesn't look like anime, because it's like Netflix anime. Netflix anime, I always notice, is like more like CGI than like traditional anime. I don't know if anime is still hand-drawn, or if it just appears that way. But, Vinland Saga looks like all Netflix shows do. Like Castlevania or all the other ones. But the first episode we saw, they had a slave that was hurt, and they brought the slave in to take care of him and like clean him up. And I guess the slave owner noticed, or somehow got word that this family took in this slave that he owned, and he's like, I want my slave back. And the father's like, what if I give you sheep instead? Let me keep the slave, and you can have my sheep. I'll give you like 2 sheep for the slave. And the slave owner's like, well, how about like 6 or 8 sheep? Which is like gonna ruin him. And he's like, okay, that's fine. You can take the sheep instead. I want to keep the slave. And I don't really know why he did that. Maybe he's a good person, but it's like at the same time, I get you're a good person and you want to help this person who's a slave, but like, aren't you gonna die? Like, don't you need the sheep to survive? Like, the times seem very rough. So like, I feel like that could be a death sentence for him and his family. But I guess we're gonna learn why he did that. And I've been thinking about it all day. We're gonna watch it tonight. So I thought it was interesting that like he was willing to sacrifice potentially food for his family to protect this individual, which goes to show he's a morally good person, but he is potentially like the daughter seemed very confused by that decision. So I'm interested to see where it leads, and maybe the slave has importance, and maybe it'll be a main character. I'm not really sure. But what I liked about the show so far is it didn't hold back with the brutality of the time. Yes, it was violent. Yes, it covered a lot of like intense topics like slavery and ownership and how tough it is and the lack of resources, and it's the struggle is real in that show, and I think that's really cool. Oh my god, guys, where did you come from? Holy. Oh, you're almost dead. Thank God. I'm afraid these guys are gonna spawn in here though. But I thought that was really cool. It sort of reminded me of Deadwood a little bit. Not that like Deadwood takes place in the Wild West, but it reminded me of Deadwood because of the struggle. Because in the show Deadwood, it's also a lot about struggle. It's a lot about how tough the times were and how people live and exist through those times. How they're able to find solace in the suffering. And Vinland Saga seems like it might be the same kind of show. One of the characters I thought was going to be main character got stabbed and killed right away. And I was shocked by that. Not right away, but they introduced him, and then all of a sudden, he just got a spear right through the chest. And it's like, whoa! Like, so I guess he's not coming back. I was shocked by... But again, it's the brutality of the times. Everybody's warring with each other. Like, it's a violent time. And I love that Netflix is not... They're not afraid to take chances on... And they respect that the audience can handle the brutality of these kinds of stories. I think that's really cool. You don't like The Sopranos. That's crazy, man. I can't believe that. Is Discord working for you? I can check really quick. It was earlier. Is it not up anymore? Oh, no, it is up. Let's take a look. I think it's working. So I'm in Discord right now. I can hop... I'm in a voice channel. It looks like my voice is going off. So it does look like Discord's working for me, Aaron. I'm not sure. My MS is very high in Discord, 328. Now it dropped again. It's sort of spiking and dropping. I don't know. Yeah, see, it's back to 322, so it could be Discord's having an issue, maybe. But what I like about Netflix is like same thing with Castlevania. Castlevania, very brutal, a lot of violence, a lot of like grit, and I think when you don't hold back and you're willing to just show like really cool fights and like how tough it is, and you cover stories like about like kidnapping and slavery and war and famine, and I think it allows for better storytelling because you're not afraid of people's sensibilities. You're just saying, how can we tell the best story possible? And I think Netflix has done a pretty good job. Not that Netflix is the one writing it. You know, whoever they allow to but them saying to the writers or whatever, don't hold back, or like we'll still... I feel like there might have been platforms or a time when these organizations were saying like, we'll buy your story, we'll buy Castlevania, but you can't have any of this, you can't mention this, you can't have this. And when you limit storytelling, I feel like it only hurts the audience and the story. So to allow to tell stories that are just covering these like uncomfortable, difficult topics allows you to say, we're all adults here, we can handle these kinds of stuff, let's tell the best story possible regardless of what it involves. And I think they've been crushing it. Cyberpunk was that. Castlevania was that. I haven't watched a spin-off of Castlevania, but Cyberpunk was great. Castlevania was great. Vinland Saga looks pretty cool so far. Ozark was Dennis, have you seen Ozark? Did you like Ozark? I thought Ozark was so good, and it was like so dark. Oh my god, like they were killing kids in that show. They were killing, like, the brutality of that show is nuts. But it's about the Mexican cartel, right? So they're like they have that reputation of being, a force to be reckoned with. So they made the characters in the show scary. Speaking of, I saw a scene yesterday in Breaking Bad where I don't remember the character's name. Aaron, if you're watching, you'll probably remember their name. If anyone's watching and has seen Breaking Bad, there's those brothers. Do you guys know those brothers that I think they worked for Tuco? They sort of looked alike. I don't think they're brothers in real life, but they found actors that looked similar enough to like appear like brothers in the show. There's a scene where they blow something up, and as it blows up, they're walking away from it and they're not looking behind them. And Vince Gilligan, who's the creator of Breaking Bad, said that Bryan Cranston directed that episode. And he said to the guys, the actors, okay, guys, this is what's going to happen. We only have enough gunpowder and explosives for one explosion, so you can't mess this up. So you have to get it right the first shot. But what we're going to do is, we're going to set the explosive, you're going to walk to the X on the floor. Once you get to the X, I want you to take out a cigarette and I want you to light it. And Vince Gilligan's like, of course they didn't turn around, because bad guys or cool guys don't turn around to look at explosions, because that's lame. Only like losers turn around to look at the explosion. So of course they didn't turn around. And when the guy lit a cigarette, as he's walking, so casually, so nonchalantly, that's a really cool drop. That's a pretty sick drop. That's awesome for a warrior. I bet a warrior would really like that. Which I want to level a warrior, so we'll probably do that. Let's take that for a warrior. It just worked. The cigarette. Him smoking the cigarette as he was walking away from the explosion. It added that layer, that nonchalant of like, these guys are so badass. Like, this is just another day in the park for them. They're just blowing up pipelines. They're just killing people. They're vicious. They're vicious like mobsters. And for Bryan Cranston to have the insight, because it's a small detail. If he didn't have a cigarette, I feel like it wouldn't have been as casual. But the fact that like he's just walking away from an explosion, lighting up a cigarette, it's that extra minor detail that to me makes all the difference. And that's just why I love like storytelling and like film and it's the little intricacies that make such a big impact. And when you learn about stories like that, it's like, man, like I don't know if I would have thought, if I was in Bryan Cranston's shoes, to tell him to do that. But now that I've seen it, it makes sense. Of course you would do that. Like it just makes it that much cooler. And it's the brilliance of Bryan Cranston, not only as an actor but as a director or as a storyteller, because he made that, he was the one that said, I want you to light the cigarette right after it blows up. Like, you don't even care. Like, it's just another day for you. You're walking in Central Park. And it was just, I thought that was so cool, so creative. Like, what a brilliant talent that Bryan Cranston is. Such a fabulous actor, but to be able to be a director as well and a storyteller like that is just, it goes to show how passionate he is for the art of filmmaking. Yeah, I could gush about film all day long. I was getting failed to load on all my servers and channels. The Assassin Twins. I love how you know their name, the Assassin Twins. Man, you're so good. Like the Joker in The Dark Knight walking away from his explosion with his arms hitting That's correct. You're absolutely spot on. You're spot on, dude. When the Joker was walking away from the hospital and he's just like so nonchalantly like loose, it goes to show how much of a psycho he is. I love it. The scene when he... God, you guys got me talking about Batman. We're gonna be lost all day now. When he approaches Harvey Dent and Harvey doesn't realize it's him yet, and then when Harvey realizes it's him, he just goes, hi. And he's like joking about it, and Harvey's so angry because he killed Rachel. Oh my god, it's what's the Martin Scorsese meme? Cinema. It's cinema. That scene is just cinema. It's crazy. It's just, it makes me giddy, dude. It's so good. It's just, it's the minor details that make the characters so special to me. I love it, man. I get so giddy over film and TV. I love art. I love storytelling. It's just... Ugh. But look, Diablo, same goddamn thing. Elias and Lilith are just standing there while this guy is just getting ripped apart by demon dogs. And they can't be bothered to... They can barely acknowledge him. They're in the middle of a conversation. This guy's an inconvenience because he's making too much noise while he's getting torn apart, eaten alive. it goes to show like how dastardly they are. Like, so cool. I have not forgotten that scene. Like that's just what I mean. Like, and the game's been like that many times, many times. Lorath is great. Rhydonin is great. Like the characters are just so believable. They're so realistic. They're so human. And we're talking about demons. We're talking about like a fictional crazy. Nothing looks human in that universe. Maybe Donan and Lorath look a little human, but like they're so far removed from like humans that like you would never think of them as having human-like traits. But it's those little intricacies that make such a big difference in the storytelling, and it's so impactful to me. And maybe I'm crazy, but it really, to me, I think it affects other people too, not just me. Make the pencil disappear. Oh, that, like, you guys know that. I feel like everybody knows that scene, right? Everybody knows the pencil disappear scene from Joker, or from Dark Knight. And I remember the scene when he first walks in that scene, and he sees the guy, the big gangster in the purple suit. He says, "Nice suit. Your mama buy that for you?" Those little lines, like I wonder, like what was ad-libbed? What did Christopher Nolan write, and what did Heath Ledger ad-lib? Because it feels like a lot of the script might have been ad-libbed, just on the it feels that way at least. Maybe Christopher Nolan wrote everything, but it feels like some of it was like done on the third or fourth or fifth take, and they're like, let's keep that take. That was a good line. I like that line. I don't know. I did see Christopher Nolan's newest film is The Odyssey, Homer's Odyssey, I think. I've not read the book. I'm familiar with it. It's a Greek tale, I believe, like a very old, famous tale. Um, Stephen Fry actually narrated the audiobook of Homer's Odyssey, I believe. And I'd love to listen to him do it. I could read it, but I fell in love with audiobooks, I believe, last year. My brother, he gave me a few credits to Audible to like download some books and like experience it because he was really into audiobooks. And he's like, I think you'd like it. And I fell in love not just with the idea of having someone read to me, but specific people, Stephen Fry being one of them. Because when I read mythos about Greek mythology, it's one thing. But when Stephen Fry does it, he's a professionally trained Shakespearean actor. He's a brilliant narrator. He has so much emotion in his voice when he's telling stories. It gives it so much more life, and it's a different experience. And it's more than just reading. It's like almost watching a movie in your mind. And I really enjoy it. It's just cool. So I think I'd like a. I think the whole party scene was a blind take for all the party goers. They all had genuine fear. Oh, when he comes in, yeah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. That scene, right? I think that's a very fun scene. That's yeah, Christopher. I could believe Christopher Nolan to do that. Um, so I don't know Homer's Odyssey or the Odyssey, but I know Christopher. I gotta listen to it before Christopher Nolan's movie comes out because I will see his film, but I want to listen to the original first. But the one thing I saw is I saw yesterday they hired the girl from Juno. I think I don't know her name. It's the only movie. Actually, I lied. Before Juno, she was in a film called Hard Candy, which I can bring up actually. I'll show you guys what it looks like. It's a brilliant film. She was so good in that. I haven't seen this actor in 100 years. I don't remember her name. Elliot Page, that's her name. I don't know anything about her. I saw her one movie, one film, so long ago, and this was the one movie. And I know Juno, which I haven't seen, but I'll just one sec. Open image, new tab. Here, I'll show you just what this looks like really quick, just so you can see it. One sec. Because I recommend this movie to anybody. This is it right here, I think. That's it. That's the film. This film, Hard Candy, it's Patrick Wilson, Ellen Page. Oh, Sandra Oh. I didn't know Sandra Oh was in it. I cannot recommend this film enough. It is one of the most suspenseful films I have seen in a very long time. I feel like it flew under the radar. She was quite young when she was in it, but they were both. And most of the film was just the two of them the whole time. It was so intense. I still haven't forgotten it. I've only seen it once, and I still have not forgotten it. That's how intense it was. So I saw that film. I saw Juno. I didn't think her performance in Juno was too great. So I'm hoping that the performance in this new film is closer to Hard Candy than it was in the other film. But I don't know. I haven't. I didn't. To be honest, respectfully, I didn't. I don't know much of her work. I haven't seen her in anything else. So I don't know really anything about her, other than when I heard. I think my brother told me that she's in this new Christopher Nolan movie. I'm gonna have some pizza Now pics shared with yous. Oh, you sent the pics of the pizza. Thank you, man. Um, and yeah, that's it. So I imagine Christopher Nolan knows what he's doing. Although to be fair, I didn't love Tenant. I wasn't a big fan of Tenant, and I'm a big Christopher Nolan like psycho. I really really like his films usually, but Tenant, if I'm even saying the name right, I was a little bit bored. I felt it went on for a little bit too long. That was the only film of his that I didn't like. Everything else I thought he's done was absolutely brilliant. So I'm hoping this film would be the same. Oppenheimer I really liked. I thought that was pretty sick. I thought the pacing was pretty good. Um, yes. Sorry, Dennis. What do you mean? You talking about the Joker was improv? Oh, it was improv. The Joker was improv. You're saying? Oh, sick. That's cool. Well, yeah, he's an excellent actor, Joaquin Phoenix. Um, yeah, Joaquin Phoenix is another one. Like he's an excellent actor. I felt like the Joker wasn't great. I don't know. I was sort of bored with it. What quest is here? Skull Splitters. Oh, I have to kill the guys with the. That's why I'm struggling here. Are there more? They're only here. They're only here, huh? That's crazy. We're not doing this quest. That quest is gonna be so hard to do. Getting in these ships is gonna be insane. Uh, Reeds mixture. Yikes! This is gonna be tough, tough, tough. We can try to kill the hunters. Then we still need the skull splitters. This is gonna be. We're gonna come back for this one. This one's a toughie. Ellen Page was. I'm so confused. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm confused now. um, yeah, but I love Nolan stuff for the most part. I think the illusion. We talked about this last time. The Illusionist. There's the Illusionist, and then there's that other film, which I mix up with the Illusionist. With one of them has Edward Norton. One of them is Hugh Jackman. Okay, there's one film with Hugh Jackman. Okay, there's two films that remind me of the same movie. And both films have these actors, and I don't know which is which. Edward Norton, Hugh Jackman, Christian Bale, and maybe somebody else. And I don't remember which is which. One of them was a Christopher Nolan movie. One was called The Illusionist. The other one was called something else. And they felt very similar movies. They really did. And I think they came out around the same time too. I could be wrong, maybe within a few years of each other. And they were both good movies, but it didn't feel like a Christopher Nolan movie at first, at least. But it was brilliant. Oh, Jesus Christ! I didn't understand what you meant. I understand now. Holy moly. Okay, fair, fair, fair. So maybe she was a kid when I saw her in the movie. Ellen Page is a man. He is called Elliot. But it was Ellen Page? Because didn't it say Ellen Page? It was Ellen Page, right? It was before Ellen Page. So maybe that's why I haven't heard from her. Maybe that happened and now she's like coming back as an actor or something. I don't know. I know actors sometimes step away from the limelight and then they come back. Uh, or you know what? Maybe she was acting the whole time. And I just didn't know what she was in. But or whoever, whatever, Elliot Page or whatever it is. I don't really care. Whatever movie you want to be in, but uh, a lot of people like I just haven't heard. Like I'll find someone, and be like, oh, I haven't heard that actor in a while. I guess that actor just hasn't been acting. And then I'll look up their IMDb, and they've been acting for like 20 years, and I just haven't seen their movies. It's like, oh, so they have existed this whole time. I've just been like they flew under my radar, but like other people have been like checking out all their stuff, and that could very well be the situation. That like maybe they've been working the whole time, and I just had no idea that they were. So yeah, I don't know. It's just it's confusing a little bit, but uh yeah, man, pizza sounds so good. But Hard Candy was brilliant. It wasn't Will Arnett. I always mix up Will Arnett with Patrick Wilson because Patrick Wilson. Is that his name? Right, that's the guy in Hard Candy. I think I just said. I closed the page, but I think it's Patrick Wilson. Patrick Wilson is the dude in Insidious and Sinister. Is he not in Sinister? That's Ethan Hawke. He's in Insidious and Annabelle, I think. Will Arnett looks like Patrick Wilson, but he's BoJack Horseman and married to Amy Poehler. and in Arrested Development. And if you think I'm crazy that they look alike, I'll show you. Like, it's insane. It always threw me through a loop. Uh, it's crazy to me how much they look alike. It's like there's no way they're not brothers. It's frightening, dude. It's frightening. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like they do. Let's see if this is it. Hold on a sec. Hold on. You're gonna tell me they don't look anything alike? If you met them both at the same time and they're like, yeah, we're brothers, wouldn't you say that they look sort of alike? It's crazy to me that both of them had a successful career in Hollywood and they look so similar. I always thought that was so strange. It's like so hard to make a career in Hollywood already, but then to have two people that make it and they both have, like, in my opinion, overlapping looks. I always thought that was interesting. And there was another guy too. Is it Michael B. Jordan and Nick Cannon? I think they might look alike, if that's what I'm thinking of. Is it? Yeah, they look alike too. It's so strange, dude. It's so weird. Like, I'll show you what I mean. Like, it's so bizarre, man. It's so weird. Again, it's so hard to make it in Hollywood, and then you make it in Hollywood, and then it just so happens that you look like someone else. Like, again, if they told you they're related or brothers, I feel like you wouldn't just be like, there's no way, you guys look nothing alike. They have similar enough features that I feel like they could be related somewhere down the line. And again, like, I feel like it's 1 in a million to make it in Hollywood. So again, to make it in Hollywood and then to have like a doppelganger also make it in Hollywood is so silly to me. But I think Michael B. Jordan is is Nick Cannon an actor? I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I know he does like reality shows or something. Or is he like a singer or something? I don't remember. I don't really know Nick. I know of Nick Cannon. I don't really know what he does. I know Michael B. Jordan is a dramatic actor. I believe Michael B. Jordan either won awards or he's been nominated for several awards. Um, yeah. It's amazing how Dave Grohl and the singer from Foo Fighters look like the drummer from Nirvana. You're so funny. What is it, dude? You know what's funny about that? I know you're making a joke. It's a very funny joke, and you're right. But Taylor Hawkins, who, like, I loved, by the way, man, I was so sad when he passed away. Taylor, still to this day, in my opinion, is one of the greatest drummers of our generation. Not of all time, but of our generation. He is probably one of the best drummers. Definitely, and dude, I don't want to hear like that I'm like dick riding, because back when like I was like really into the Foo Fighters, when Rope came out and he's just banging on that cowbell for like 4 minutes, I was geeking out to everybody. You gotta listen to this song, because the way he just abuses the shit out of that cowbell, that is honey to the ears. Like, he just was so goddamn good, Taylor Hawkins. But I always thought it was so funny that him and Dave Grohl were in a band together, and they sort of looked like brothers. They looked a lot alike, considering they both had long hair. They both just had a similar look. I'm like, what are the odds of like you both are in the same band and you guys have a similar look and you're not related? You don't like Taylor Hawkins? That's so funny. Oh, I think you're right. I think I did hear that. I think he said that on Howard Stern one time. Okay, so who do you like then? Who do you like as a drummer from our generation, Dennis? Not like Buddy Rich, not John Bonham, not like Mickey Hart. You guys probably don't know who that is, but who's like our generation that's like a killer drummer? 'Cause I'm always looking for new talent. I'm not like challenging you. I'm like, I want to know who else should I listen to? But to be fair, like, I don't listen to like a lot of like death metal, screamo, or like that kind of stuff. Like, it's more, I listen to like Fall Out Boy. Come on. Death Cab for Cutie, Fall Out Boy. I'm listening to like Rise Against, No Effects, Bad Religion, Nico McBrain. What's that from? Is that a joke? Are you serious? Oh, it's a real dude. It's a real dude. Oh, it's Iron Maiden. That's not our. It's 72. That's not our generation. Oh, that dude's from the 80s. Anthony Barone. Well, to be fair, that's from, so that could be Dennis's generation. That's fair. I'm saying our generation. To be fair, you're right. Anthony Barone. Who's this gentleman? All That Remains. I've heard the name All That Remains. I don't think I've. Wow, this guy's shredded, huh? I feel like you can't not be. Look at this guy's forearms. This guy is jacked. But like you have to be. I feel like if you're a drummer, you got. I feel like you can't not be jacked unless you're like a junkie. If you're like a junkie, then I feel like you lose all your muscle mass. But if you're not, you playing the drums all day, how could you not be in shape? Like that, it uses so much muscle, right? Nick Mason. Who's Nick Mason? Yeah, you're bringing up Pink Floyd, brother. These are guys. This isn't even Dennis's generation. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny, man. That's so funny, dude. I think that's sick. You know what? These old guys are like sick too. Like these guys in these like bands, like Pink Floyd and like Led Zeppelin, like John Bonham. They were what they did transcends generations. I agree with that. The influence that they've had in the music scene is timeless. That I will absolutely agree with. It's so funny how you could take anybody from any generation and you like have them listen to like Pink Floyd or Queen or Elton John or whoever you like. And even if you don't like the genre, you're still like, no, I get why they're successful though. Even if I don't like it, I understand why they have success because they're just so undeniably good. Um, and like that's like Michael. I feel like that's like Michael Jackson in a nutshell. I feel like Michael Jackson is just so undeniably good that even if you don't like pop, you're like, okay, I don't like his music, but I get it. I understand why people like it. He's talented, clearly. LS. I cannot say that name. Estipario? El Estipario? Sibir. I'm not even trying that, man. Is that a Spanish name? It sounds Spanish. What band is he in right now? You know what? Let's try. I don't know if we can do this. We're gonna try. We're gonna see if we can do it. There's this new event that I haven't tried yet. It's in Ashenvale. It's called the God, what is it called? It's called the uh incursions. They're called incursions. We're gonna try an incursion. We'll see if we'll see. Spaniard, cool. So we're gonna try an incursion. I guess I feel like we have enough bag space, I guess. God, I just need wool. I have so much silk, and I can't use it because I need to get wool first, but I'm past the point of getting wool now, so I can't. I need to get to 150. Jesus, we're gonna try an incursion. We're gonna see if we can do an incursion. I've been so distracted this stream, I'm sorry, guys. Next time will be better. This is a bit of a write-off stream, but we'll, next time we'll play Diablo, it'll be better energy. So what band is he in? You guys know about like Buddy Rich? I feel like Buddy Rich is the greatest drummer of all time. Is that a bad take? I feel like that's a safe take, right? Saying Buddy Rich is the best drummer of all time is a safe take. It's like I think it's pretty fairly. I think Buddy Rich is like pretty well respected at this point. That everybody likes him. I'm level 44. Shit, I could have trained new abilities. Son of an onion. So an incursion, I tried it earlier and I got my ass kicked because I wasn't high enough level. I was too like weak. So we'll see if we could change that. We'll see. So an incursion, to my understanding, is it's a daily thing you can do. I'm not too familiar with it, but I believe it's just very grindy quests. Kill 10 of these mobs, pick up this item, kill this elite, blah, blah, blah. But you get lots of gold, you get lots of experience. Truthfully, my experience in Season of Discovery right now is it was fun getting some of the runes. I did find some runes. These are some of the runes I got so far. We got 10, there's still 35 runes missing. There is a vendor that I could just buy them at. But I've been having fun exploring them. Now, I'll give you an example. I think it was dual wielding, this one. I was walking in Stranglethorn Vale. I'm trying not to look where the runes are. I don't want to get spoiled. I want to try to figure it out on my own if I can. If I struggle, I struggle. I think I was walking in Stranglethorn Vale, and I noticed I had a buff pop up here, and it's like something is hiding. And I'm like, something is hiding. So my mind said, well, I'm a hunter. I feel like Flare reveals what's hiding, because as someone that plays Feral Druids and Rogue, what's the one thing you want to avoid? A Hunter Flare, because a Hunter Flare breaks you out of stealth. So that's where my mind went, and I cast a Flare, and it spawned a cat. Oh no, it was a troll. It spawned a troll, and you kill the troll, and then you get dual wield spec, or you get one of them. I don't remember which one it gave me, but I thought that was really creative. How like it doesn't tell you go here. We think there's something here. You're just running in the world, and all of a sudden, if you're paying attention, you notice something pops up right up, and it was just right up here, like one of these. Like, see how that's gone, and then it pops back up. Watch, it's gonna pop back up when I mount up, right here. It's just like that. It just pops up like that. So so with everything going on in front of you, to look up here is like crazy. But I'm like so psycho that I'm like looking everywhere for everything. So when I saw that, I popped the flare. The troll popped up, and I'm like, man, that's the magic of Season of Discovery. Like just the unknown, the excitement of the world, the fact that like new rewards could be lurking around every corner. It always feels so fresh. And maybe that can only happen on your first playthrough. I don't know. But I feel like if you could try to continuously recapture that feeling, that motivates players to want to keep playing. But at least what's cool for Season of Discovery is every class has different runes. And what that means is if I make a warrior next, which I'd like to, I think I want to do a warrior next. A gnome warrior. Not only the gnome, gotta play a gnome, right? God, they're low to the ground. That's crazy. That guy's name is Worgen Mage. He's a gnome. That's so funny. If I make a warrior now, I will be able to discover new runes. Different ways that my hunter didn't get to discover. And that's exciting. And then maybe I'll play a priest, and then I can explore more runes I didn't know about. And then I can play another class and explore more runes I didn't know about. So that's really cool. There's lots of content there. Something we switched up this time too is here he is doing a cover. Look particularly at 105 to about 130. Did you send me something? Do you guys know how it works? That's so weird. Dennis sent me something, and Aaron, did you send me something too? Where did you send it to me on Facebook or something, Aaron? Or did you post a link in chat? I just don't see. Here's something I did a little bit different this time. This is maybe just me being weird and silly. I got my mount yesterday, and we went with this color, which is turquoise. I never usually go turquoise. Usually I'm a creature of habit, and I always go with the green Rapture as my mount. But I'm like, let's switch it up this time. We're playing Season of Discovery. Let's get a different color. So we went with turquoise. And he's pretty cool looking. I never noticed that, but the markings on the side, I like his green here. I like this. Like, this is sick. I'm big on mounts. I'm really big on mounts. And I love Raptures. Like, dinosaurs. I just like dinosaurs specifically. But I've always just loved, like, Raptures. Raptures are such a cool animal. They're like, I like that they're tiny but mighty. They fight in packs. They were, like, so vicious in spite of, like, how tiny they were. I don't think people realize, how small raptors were. I think people think the raptors are like in Jurassic Park. I think they were way smaller than that. I think they were way smaller than that. And when they asked I was gonna say Stephen King, when they asked Spielberg, why did you make the dinosaurs so unrealistic from how they really were? He said, I'm not telling the truth, I'm telling a story, or something along those lines. And I'm like, that's so good. I love that. He's not a documentarian. He's a filmmaker. So for him, it's not about accuracy, it's about fun. So you just do what you do. Whatever makes it the most fun, whatever makes it the most scary. I thought that was funny. And I don't know if people knew this. Maybe this is obvious, but if anyone's seen Jurassic Park, the sound for the T-Rex, before I tell you, does anybody in chat want to take a guess? What animal makes the T-Rex growl? Do you want to guess what animal that is? Without Googling it. I mean, Google it if you want, but do you want to take a guess? Guess what animal makes that noise? When you use a band's name as a drummer name, you know he's a dick. You're so funny. No, the link did not show. I don't know why the link didn't show. Send you a video of Anthony. He's a real drummer. When you use a band name as a drummer name. What band is a what band is named after a drummer? If anyone in chat, if you want to guess, what animal made the T-Rex noise in Jurassic Park? So this is a rescue mission. This is another rescue. See, like, look at all these quests. I can't even pick them all up. There's so many here, so we'll have to do a few at a time. But we'll try, and then we'll go back and see if we can even do these. These are all rescue quests. Can we drop some of these ones then? Look, there's so many here. We'll drop this one. That's red. We have all these Tanaris quests. We can drop that. We have a Zul'Farrak quest. Christ. Dust Wallow. Root of Onyxia. We'll drop that for now. All right. Well, we didn't even hand that quest in, so we'll drop these because we can always. Well, we killed 3 out of 8. Yeah, fuck it. Drop that. That's a tough quest. We'll drop that. We can pick that up later. We can pick that up later back in Booty Bay, and then we can pick up a few of these. Let's get the intelligence report, I guess. Dragon intelligence. Defeat dragons. Defeat the Treants. Defeat the Satyrs. How do you say it? Satyr? I never know how to say it. Like, I just know, recover. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Asharan Prophecy. I don't know what those are. Recover the egg. Some of these are like mining, which I don't think I can do. That's skinning. These are defeat stuff. So recover this. We'll see what that is. Okay, that's enough. We got enough. So we got these quests. Then we click this portal and watch what happens. See the environment around us? Look, question mark, guys. This is where world boss is. That's why. But see the environment around us? How's Ashenvale? As soon as you click this portal, watch what happens. It's sick. We go into like the Emerald Dream. Isn't that sick? Like, for those that don't know, the Emerald Dream is like where the druids live, or the druids like slumber. It's like a magical place for druids, and I just think it's so cool that like they implemented this in Classic, because the Emerald Dream's always been talked about, but we never actually saw it. So I think it's sick that just we get to experience it now. Hey, you could tame I wonder if you can tame this rotten grizzly bear. That'd be sick. Look at it. He's so cool. Damn, that'd be a sick pet. Modified elephant sound. Tortoise during coitus. That's so funny. Those are both actually very good guesses for the Jurassic Park. For the Jurassic Park T-Rex. If my memory serves me correct, and I saw a video on this a while ago, I believe it was a koala bear. I believe koalas let out a very loud, throaty growl. And if you lower the pitch of a koala, it's that, not even much. They lowered the pitch just a little. It's that T-Rex growl. It's a koala. That's the noise they make when they're like in heat or when they're fighting each other. And it was a freaking koala bear, which is funny because it's like my favorite animal. And like they're so cute. No one expects koalas to make a noise like that. But if you Google, fuck, we can probably find it on stream even, like koala growl. You'd never imagine it to make a noise like that. It's absolutely insane. I was shocked when I heard that. It's silly though. It's funny. Here, like this. Hold on a sec. Watch us get banned on Twitch. So I'm putting this up now. It's so silly. We'll go here, and then listen. Hopefully you can hear this okay.
I just found out that koalas are...
Isn't that weird? But do the growl. Don't do it like that rapidly. Isn't that weird?
I just found out that...
How strange is that? It's so strange.
When it comes to laundry,
Ads, man. Meeting call. That's all. I just thought that was so strange. I thought that was the strangest thing. I think it's so cool, but like, I feel like you never expect a koala to make that noise just because they look so cuddly. They're vicious as hell. They're super vicious. But yeah, I thought that was fun. Fake stream. That's so silly. Sound designers, man. You ever seen how they make sound for movies? It's crazy. It's so crazy the attention to detail they do. Like, you don't think about this kind of stuff, but like when you watch a film and you hear the door creak as they open it, you hear the as like there's the little like metal like jingle as they're like turning the doorknob. Little things. You hear like the lock like push in as they lock the door, like little that you never consider. But if they didn't add it, you would think something's off. So they have to like watch every little detail. So they could like implement these sounds so it feels realistic, it feels immersive. Because those sounds aren't picked up on camera. So like someone has to add them in after. And it's sound design, right? It's like sound effects or whatever. And it's just it's what makes movies magical. There's so many little details that you wouldn't know but until they're gone, and then it feels like something's missing. The T-Rex's roar in Jurassic Park was created by combining sounds from a variety of animals, including baby elephant, alligator, lion, and whale. That's crazy. Wow. So maybe I'm wrong. I thought I saw it with fuck. I thought it was on Instagram or something. I saw behind the scenes, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure. But it's nuts. It was crazy to see because I guess you don't know what we don't know what they sounded like. We just assume, right? So you have to hire someone and be like, what would this animal sound like? What should it sound like? What would the audience be happy that it sounded like? Because I feel like even if we knew what it sounded like, oh, I fell asleep. That sucks. I feel like even if we knew what it sounded like, we might not be happy with the truth. That's often the case. Often, like, the truth is more boring than, like, fiction, so they'll, like, sensationalize it because it does better on film than, like, I think an example of that is the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, none of them really had feathers. And it's to my understanding that most dinosaurs actually did have some feathers to a degree. They weren't as reptilian looking as Jurassic Park makes them look. And they weren't as, like, vicious looking or as they looked more bird-like, I think, than just straight, like, Jurassic Park dinosaurs. When you look at like Velociraptor and stuff, they look a lot different than you would expect them to look because of the film. But maybe it didn't translate as well. Maybe it wasn't as scary on film if they were more bird looking, if they had feathers and some of them had beaks or they were tinier, or so you sensationalize it for the sake of filmmaking, which is like fine. But I thought also that about the tortoise mating noise too, but apparently it was misinformed. Fair. But what is this? Now, what is this? I have never seen this. Oh, look, I'm sleeping in the air. That's funny. I don't know what this is. I haven't really done this, though, so I don't know what's going on, but this is fun. But, I'm sorry, I got distracted. This world boss distracted me. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Yeah, the raptors are sick. I don't remember. We were talking about Jurassic Park. I don't remember why. I'm sorry. Sensationalized. I think it's okay to sensationalize it. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Supposedly, I don't know if this is true. Maybe you guys can fact check me and tell me I'm wrong. Supposedly, brontosauruses didn't actually exist, and we mixed up two dinosaurs and made our own dinosaur. I don't know if that's true. But I think that when they first made Brontosaurus, I think they thought it was one dinosaur, and they actually found two dinosaur bones that were close enough together that they thought it was one animal. But I believe that the DNA evidence proved that it was actually two separate animals. And it's not like they found... This is what I think people don't understand is my understanding is when they find... There's another one up. What is that thing? I think people think when they find like a dinosaur, they find all the bones. And they're like, well, this is what it looked like because we have all the bones. But I think what normally happens is they'll find a few bones. And they'll be like, okay, based on the bones that we have here, we believe the animal would look something like this. And then they make like a general idea of what they expect the animal to look like. I don't think they find a whole T-Rex. That's how I believed it to be true. I could be incorrect. But I don't think you find a whole T-Rex bone and then you just build a T-Rex and it's just sitting in a museum. I think... Oh, I gotta heal him. He's gonna die. I think they maybe find like one or two bones. And they're like, okay, if this is the femur, then that would mean that the feet should roughly be this size. And if the feet are roughly this size, then its body mass would probably be this size to hold up a body that big, which would give its head roughly this size. I could be incorrect. I don't know. That's what I heard. But I think when we think of them finding fossils, we think like the whole animal's there. But I think a lot of it degrades. I don't remember who it was. Yeah, was that the raptors are apparently up to 3 feet tall. Brontosaurus was two together. They thought was one. Yeah, see, I thought so. Isn't that crazy? The raptors, though, what I love so much about the raptors are they're so tiny compared to like a lot of the things they took down. They worked in packs and they were like super aggressive and vicious. And they were really good hunters. So it's not like they themselves would just like tear something down, but they would come in like swarms, like tyranids, and they would just like slowly bring bigger animals down together. I think that's really cool. That's a really cool animal to be able to like coordinate like that. I think that's sick. Sort of like hyenas do now, I guess, right? Titanosaur. I definitely heard of that one before. That name that you said, which I cannot pronounce. That's the thing that's like tough, like dinosaurs and stuff. Is like a lot of the names are like Latin or whatever, and they're really hard to pronounce. But they're really sick. So someone, Christ, I'm gonna get shit on for saying this. I think I heard this on Joe Rogan once, and you can make fun of me for that. That's okay. But he had a paleontologist on, who's someone that studies dinosaur bones. This is when Joe Rogan was like, in my opinion, at his best, when he was having all kinds of like experts on talking about all kinds of weird stuff. And this paleontologist, I thought he worked at like San Francisco. One of the I think there's a school in San Francisco or California that's very well respected, paleontology university, where they go on expeditions, looking for dinosaur bones and fossils and stuff like that. And the gentleman said, if I remember correctly, you have no idea how many conditions have to be perfect in order for something to become fossilized. They have to die in an environment, I believe, that's low enough oxygen to slow the degradation process of like the material, so it can become fossilized. And like the fact that we have as many fossils as we do is a miracle in itself, because so many things have to align in order for it not to degrade over time and for it to stay fossilized in a way in which we can like recover it and study it. So it's amazing that we have as many as we do, I guess, because it's fairly difficult to get those conditions when you're not trying to, when just nature is being nature. So we're lucky to be able to have found as many as we have, even given the fact that like how long ago it was, and it stayed in such pristine condition, all things considered. And I always thought that was pretty cool. I think you sent that video to me this week. I sent that to, oh, Christ. Oh, that was another dude. That was the other guy. That other guy was pretty sick too, though. That was a really cool video. Although I don't know if what he said was true, but if that was true, that was really cool. So I sent Aaron another video this week, and it was a gentleman that was speaking about he was speaking about, was it horseshoe crabs maybe? It might have been like horseshoe crabs or something. And he said that you can see, it tells a story of the fossils, because you can see the horseshoe crab entered the water or something, and then he entered a deeper part of the water where the oxygen was too low. And by the time he realized the oxygen was too low, he tried to escape from that to go back into a higher oxygen environment. But because he couldn't, he was too slow, he essentially got stuck there and died. But because he died in such a low oxygen environment, he was able to get preserved for like 300 million years, and that's why we have it here today. But he said you could see the track marks of when it goes into that low oxygen environment, and then when it panics and tries to turn around but doesn't make it out, and it gets stuck there. And that's why it tells a story. I don't know if that's true. I'm not smart enough to know if that's true, but that's a really cool story if that is true. If that's how they actually do stuff, that's how they're able to tell. I feel bad for the crab. Sorry it happened like 300 million years ago, whenever it happened. But that's really like that's so fast. I thought that was so cool. That was so fascinating. Cook. What? Oh. Yeah, I don't know if the dude was telling the truth. So like people, I see videos like that and I just like take it for face value. Not like that I, plan to like educate anybody. I'm like, hey, I guess it's true. It seems like accurate enough. I have no way to disprove it. Like I'm not smart enough to know. So I'll just say this is what I learned. I don't know if it's true. This is just what the guy said. And if I get presented otherwise, then I'm wrong, and that's fine. Like that's how I learn. Yeah, but dinosaurs are sick. Dinosaurs are a lot of fun. It's nice to talk to you, Aaron, today. It's nice for you to stop in. Oh, cock. Poppycock? So these, like, why are we doing these quests? They seem a little bit easy. They seem a little bit slow. I was struggling the first time I tried to do this because it wasn't high enough. But I believe this offers a very significant amount of gold and a fairly significant amount of experience as well. So that's why we're doing this. I honestly just sort of want to hit 60 already, just so I can like do raids and stuff. A lot of the new content is already out, is level 60 stuff. So you just sort of got power level to 60. I've leveled hunters in Classic probably 7 or 8 times. Every time I play Classic, I play a hunter. I just like the way hunter plays at Classic. It's a lot of fun. I like the quests hunters get. I play Warlock and Feral Druid in like retail, but I mean I have every class pretty much except for Priest pretty much. But I just like the way Hunter in Classic plays. It's just fun. It's a fun experience. Very nostalgic for me. Except this Hunter's a little bit different because it is Season of Discovery, and we do have some special abilities, like the Aspect of the Viper. So technically, I don't have to drink ever again because Aspect of the Viper, which I thought they introduced in Wrath of the Lich King, it regenerates your mana, which is a really cool ability. I thought that was pretty sick. So we gotta find more of these right here. The girl is she in here? Right here. Oh, we can save her. All right, come on, let's go. Let's go for a walk. So there's a whelp. We needed a whelp, and we found a whelp. So we save this guy. Oh, this person's dead. We save this guy. And then we bring him with us. I don't know if I can mount, so I'm not going to mount in case we lose him. Because I don't know if he's going to mount, so we'll just run. And we bring him with us, and we escort him all the way... We'll turn on Aspect of the Pack. All the way to the Dream Well right over there, or whatever that's called. What the Dream Portal, the Emerald Portal, I don't know what the Night Elves call it. These crazy Night Elves and their crazy hippie shit. I don't know what they're going on about. Just be like a troll. Trolls just murder everything, and then they blame it on the Blood Loa. It's like, it wasn't us, it was the Blood Loa. He promised us things, we learned he was evil, it was too late, we killed a bunch of people. But at least we're trolls. I believe Night Elves were trolls, at first. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure, though, Night Elves are trolls in the lore. And then something happened, and they became Night Elves. Like, it was like the Moonwell or something changed them from Night Elves to trolls. From trolls to Night Elves. And I don't think people realize that Night Elves used to be trolls first, and then something changed their, like, physiology where they became Night Elves. I don't think people care really about WoW lore anyways. I just think it's neat. Kook! That video sent me. The guy's a kook. I get it now. Jesus, I'm so dumb. Sorry, man. I get what you're saying now. He's a kook. Yeah, that's fair. He seems a little bit out there. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I used to like a lot. He's a smart guy. Don't get me wrong. Clearly, he's a smart guy. But he also seems a little bit, like, sensationalized at times. He seems a little bit Hollywood at times. And he seems a little bit like argumentative just for the sake of argumentative, which I don't really get that personally. It's sort of silly if you ask me, but just sometimes the things that, like, the hills that he decides to die on, in my opinion, are a little bit strange at times. I don't know. I always struggle with, and this I feel like is common, but I struggle a little bit with a scientist with an ego. Just because if you're like a man of science, I feel like the facts should do the heavy lifting, not your ego. In my opinion, it doesn't discredit, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson. If he came out with Cosmos season like 2 or whatever, I'd watch the hell out of it. It's fun, but I've seen him get into like spats with people a few times, arguments with people a few times, and it's like, it's not for me. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a man of science would like. I don't know, man. I don't know what I want to say. And to be fair, like a lot of scientists that are well respected, Richard Feynman and Robert Oppenheimer, they definitely had egos. They were womenizers. They were party animals. They had egos, and they were brilliant. They were brilliant minds. But I don't know. I don't know why I feel like they're still human. I don't know why I feel like a scientist should be so cold and clinical. It's strange. That's a me issue. It's not a scientist issue. Like, you're still human beings. I get it. It just feels like they're so, specifically like Richard Feynman and Robert Oppenheimer, like they were so intelligent. They were like Nobel Prize winning intelligent that you'd think they would be able to escape the human condition. But I guess no one can. But it feels like maybe it's like if they can't escape it, I have no chance in hell. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just me trying to project. Maybe that's all it really is. I don't know, man. I listened to a book though, when I would go for a walk in the summer called Surely Mr. Feynman, You Must Be Kidding. I think that's the name of the book. It was so much fun. It was about Richard Feynman, who was part of the Manhattan Project. He was part of the group of scientists that developed the Manhattan Project, the atomic bomb, with I think Robert J. Oppenheimer was the head of the operation. But Richard Feynman was like one below him, very well-respected physicist, I believe. Quantum physicist, I believe. And I hear what you're saying about Pluto. But it's so funny because he was such a funny, witty guy, Richard Feynman. For a scientist, like usually they're not witty or they're intelligent. Where is this night elf? Is he fighting something? Did he die? Where did he go? Did I finish the quest? Did I do the quest? Where'd he go? I just lost him. Oh, I guess it worked. No, that's the dragon egg. Intelligence report. Yep, it worked. Okay, it worked. We got him. We rescued him. He's very funny. Feynman. Yeah, he threw... So I don't think... So this is my question, Aaron. If he wasn't part of the team that classified Pluto as a dwarf planet, wouldn't someone else just do it? Because, like, isn't it just about criteria? Where, like, even if he wasn't on the squad that classified it, wouldn't someone else just come along and then classify, like, wait a minute, like, this doesn't fit the criteria of what we consider a planet. But I get what you're saying. I do get it. Like, we called Pluto a planet forever, and then I guess science got better, and we're like, oh, no, it's not. It's not a planet. Okay, so we need 2 more of these guys. That's 1, that's 2 right there. Bing, bang, boom. That's what I mean, like... I don't know. I wonder, like, if Carl Sagan was still around, what would he say about it, I wonder? Because, like, it seems like Carl Sagan is, like, everybody's Mr. Rogers of science. It seems like if you can't say anything negative about Mr. Rogers, just because, like, what could you possibly say about him? He just seemed like such a nice person. He has that reputation. He's the one person that everybody in Hollywood is like, yeah, he was a good guy. And it feels like that Carl Sagan was the same thing. That, like, no one ever had anything negative to say about Carl Sagan, just because even if he had his faults, overall, he was a good person. He tried to do good for the community. He tried to do good for children. Actually, it's a really sweet story. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I remember, he told this story where he said that how do you say this? Are they satyrs? How do you say what these guys are? I never know how to say it. I just read it. But Neil deGrasse Tyson always wanted to be an astrophysicist. I believe he was poor. He grew up poor, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he always loved space. And he never thought he would ever be able to afford to go to college, I think, to become an astrophysicist, just because he grew up in a poor family, unfortunately. And one day, I thought he saw Carl Sagan at a bus stop or something like that, just by happenstance, just by luck. And Carl Sagan said, he was talking about planets or stuff. Carl Sagan said, stop by my office one time, we'll have a chat, or something along those lines. And Neil deGrasse Tyson took, like, a bus, like, 2 hours to get to, like, downtown New York to meet Carl Sagan, who he loved. I guess he read his book when he was a kid. And Carl Sagan met with him and spent, like, 2 hours or more talking with him, telling him about, like, how exciting space is and how, like, how don't give up on your dream, you'll get there one day. And he signed his book for him in person. And I think at the end of the first season of Cosmos, Neil deGrasse Tyson showed, this is the book that I had when I was, like, 13 years old, and Carl Sagan signed it for me. And it's the most meaningful thing I've ever had. And I still hold on to this copy this day because of how he changed my life forever. And I always thought, man, like, if that story's true, like, then Carl Sagan is everything everybody said he was. Because he did, I mean, from what I heard, he really was like that. No one had anything negative to say about him. He was a nice person. He was a pot-smoking hippie. He believed in, like, equality and fairness, and that's just awesome. It's really cool that, like, at least one of them was true, because you hear. I know they say don't look up to anybody, but you gotta look up to someone. You gotta have someone as a positive example, right? So if Carl Sagan was that, at least that's cool. At least we have, like, someone that was in the science community that was a good guy. The 2 wives left him. Well, I mean, Satyr. Satyr. That's how you say it, Satyr. Yeah, look, I mean, you know, maybe he has his personal issues. I mean, even if I think people can get divorced and still be like good people. Maybe maybe you guys have just differentiating opinions. Maybe he's a workaholic. Maybe they just had like maybe their values changed as they got older. It didn't have to be like a nasty divorce or something. Maybe he's just who knows? I don't know. I don't think anyone that's good. I don't think anyone's morally good across the board 100% of the time. I think everyone has like faults, but if you're mostly good or you lead with the right intention, I understand good intentions are the path road to hell or whatever they say. But I feel like, holy shit, that's a question mark, question mark. Well, that's crazy. Okay. I feel like you gotta take what you can get in life, I guess. I don't know. The idea, I guess, of like that like Jesus figure, like can't do no wrong, I feel like is I feel like doesn't really exist. I don't know. I feel like even Fred Rogers probably had. Is that his name? Mr. Rogers? Is it not Fred Rogers? What's his name? I feel like even he probably had moments where he would like get frustrated or, you know, but it doesn't diminish all the good that was done. I'll be honest, I can't wait for the next stream just so we could start fresh. I feel like this was such like a botched stream. And I don't know why, but it does feel that way. It could just be the energy of the stream. I don't know. But I'm excited to just start fresh next time, hopefully with like better energy. Because it just feels like bot. Even though like if it's not bad right now, just something about it felt like botched at the beginning. It could just be the energy that I'm carrying with me for the day, which is okay. But I'm still happy that we did it. I'm still happy that we're here today. I hope if anybody can get even a modicum of value out of this, then that's awesome. It's awesome, possum. Ernie Combs. Why do I know that name, Ernie Combs? Who's that? That name sounds familiar. Is that the guy from Ghostbusters? Am I crazy? God, maybe get Diablo going. What day is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday. Mr. Dress Up. That's why I knew his name. Yeah, mentally checked. Is it appear like I'm mentally checked out today? Or is that just me in my head? You know who else? Man, okay. Dennis, shit on me. How is this guy a bad guy? LeVar Burton. LeVar Burton? That dude, man, he got me into reading. He changed my life forever. LeVar Burton. What's wrong with LeVar Burton? I know you're gonna I know there's something. He did something. He's got a kid stuffed in the trunk. He murdered someone. Something happened, I'm sure. What happened? Like LeVar seems like such a sweetheart. He seems like, and his daughter, actually, this is what's so funny. I think his daughter's name is Mika Burton, I think. She hosted like Overwatch League or something for a while. And I always thought it's funny because she sort of looked like him. I used to think, like, I wonder if they're related. She sort of had like similar like facial features as him, and it turned out to be his daughter. And I'm like, that makes sense. They sort of looked a little bit alike. I thought that was so cool that like his daughter's in the industry as well. That was cool. But yeah, LeVar Burton was, man, he's the man. He's so sick, dude. I loved reading Rainbow so goddamn much. He was so cool. He made reading cool. Like, he was the coolest dude. He is still cool. I mean, he's around still, thank God. Touch wood, right? What a treasure he is. So I watched, it's a bit of a strange transition. Have any of you guys watched Dexter New Blood yet? I watched it the first episode yesterday night. I know lots of people complained about it, but I wasn't really interested. But the fiance really loves the show. She really liked Dexter. She wanted to watch the new one, so we watched the first episode of the new series, and to me it felt like the same old. But maybe that's what people like. So I'm not complaining. I don't know why people were complaining, I guess, because I guess my point is people like, oh, it's not very good or it sucks or whatever, but I'm like, it just seems like the same old Dexter. Like, it doesn't seem like it's any different. So if you like the old one, I don't know why you don't like this one. Like, I don't know what's different about it. It's the same kind of formulaic storytelling, which if you like it, then I feel like that's a win for you. I don't know. But if you guys have seen Dexter and watched a new one, like, I'd love to know what you thought. Did you disagree? Does it feel different? I'm only the first episode in, so maybe it'll drastically change. Then I'll be like, I see what everybody's talking about. But right now, it seems like just a continuation of the series to me. Never heard of a lavatory bottom. Oh, you're funny because LeVar Burton. I'm not gonna watch the new. Why aren't you gonna watch the new series? Or just you've heard bad things, or you saw it, you didn't like it? My issue with Dexter has always been like that. It just feels too on the nose. Things conveniently happen. He conveniently gets out of things. Hey, our pet leveled. I don't know. It wasn't for me, but if it makes people happy, I respect that. So we got to rescue this girl here. Then we have to kill the ancient treants. We have to rescue someone there. And we have to get an intelligence report there. And then we're more or less done with this incursion for the day. Doesn't look appealing. Fair. I think it's a continuation from the previous one. Which I didn't realize. For some reason, I thought it was like a prequel or something. But I think they're making another one now in 2025. Like a new series of Dexter, which is crazy. So I guess someone's supposed to be on the ground here. And they're not yet because someone's rescuing them. So someone's they're gonna have to respawn in a sec. So let's see. Let's quickly Google their name. What's their name? Rescue Mass. God. Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon. So it's probably gonna be right here that they'll respawn. Probably be a second and it'll pop up. You can also wait inside the nightmare at the bottom of the stairs near the portal for someone else to bring the NPC back. And long respawn might require the person to finish the escort to respawn. Instant respawn, but someone else took it. It will not be accessible to others. Cool. So we have to have someone run it back. So this is a problem that like they could fix because this is a special WoW. It's not like classic. I don't know why they make you suffer like this. And what I mean by that is there's an escort quest I have to do here. Someone else is currently escorting it. So I have to wait for the person to finish before I can do it. The problem is this person can take as long as they want. They can hold this person hostage. They can go do every other quest in the zone before they finish this quest. So we're all waiting here to do this escort quest while someone could be AFK. Someone could have the person following them, but be AFK because they won't fail the quest. The person just stands there with them until they die or they hand the quest in. I don't know why you can't just have it spawn individually for everybody. So anybody could just pick it up when they get here, and you don't have to fight with other people, because this just incentivizes like toxic behavior, sniping from other people, stuff like that. Retail WoW got rid of that, where everybody can just do it at the same time. I don't see the benefit to forcing people to wait and breeding this negative behavior. We're trying to steal it from each other, even though I'm waiting here, someone can quickly come and steal it. Then I have to wait again. That's not fun. I don't understand what the point of that is. Like, what's the benefit to that? That's fair. It doesn't look appealing. That's fair. I read how I didn't like how Dexter ended. I thought the ending sucked. I really did not like the ending of the original series. I won't spoil anything for anyone, but I read yesterday how the original creator of the series would have ended the series. And if anyone's a Dexter fan and you don't know how the original creator would have ended it, I encourage you to Google Dexter original ending. I think you would be impressed. It was a very creative ending that, in my opinion, felt a lot more true to what the show was or what the show should have been than the way the show really ended. I was really impressed when I read that ending yesterday from the original creator. It's like, damn, that would have been a very meaningful, powerful ending. And, I mean, you would not have really been able to do a spin-off, in my opinion, but it would have been a very strong, powerful, emotional ending. God, we're just waiting for this thing to spawn. Like, I want to wait because I feel like it's going to pop up any second. But should we come back? God, hopefully someone's not doing another quest with this girl. That sucks. If I can give you guys... Oh, that's she walking? This fucking idiot. This is the fucking idiot. You idiot. Walk it. Look, she's escorting 2 of them. People, everybody in the zone is waiting for this stupid gnome. Because this dumb idiot is escorting 2 from 2 separate areas at the same goddamn time. To be fair, I can't blame this degenerate idiot. Because this is Blizzard's fault for allowing this shit to happen. Like, that's griefing at this point, dude. She can be doing this for another 6 hours, and no one can do the quest for another 6 hours because this idiot's doing this. Again, it's not her stupid fault. She's too goddamn dumb. You gotta just change the system so anybody can do it. Looks like she's gonna hand it in now, so I'm gonna go try that quickly. Unless she's killing the treants. I can't tell. She's going the wrong way. She's probably going to do another quest now. That's so dog shit, dude. That's so dog shit. Imagine playing any other game where you can't play the game because you're waiting for other people to play it first. That's insane. That's so insane. If that was like how it was in 2004, you'd be like, well, the developers suck. They don't know what they're doing. They never thought the game would be this popular. This game was made in 2024. Season of Discovery came out like this year, last year. And they're still doing shit like this. You have no excuse. Shame on you, developers. That's dog shit design. But ask me how I really feel about it. So we got to kill the treants. And, okay, we'll rescue her first, because this girl's probably going to try to rescue her too and keep the fucking quest. So I'm going to get in front of her and try to rescue this person before this idiot does this shit again. Because she's in here, it looks like, the rescue mission. So maybe I can get her here before she does. And unlike her, I have quests here. I will finish them after. I will pick up the thing, finish the quest, so it can respawn for other people, because I'm not an idiot. I am an idiot, but for other reasons. So it's down here. Down here? Are we stuck? There we go. Is it up? God damn it. Did I jump for nothing? You son of an onion. How do you get back up? Lipstick on a pig is a polished turd. Yeah, you're not wrong. Made in 24, but it's just classic resold with a few new features, but not at all a new game. No, I agree. I totally agree. Honestly, I like this better than Classic. It feels like this is what Classic should have always been. It feels... Because Classic... When you... Dude, what is this? What is going on? Out of bounds. Oh, shit. So you're telling me the mobs are here? This is what I mean, bro. Why is part of the quest down here and then it kicks you out? Like, what is going on? Like... This part is new. They had to add that mechanic where it kicks you out of this Emerald Dream Zone, which is new to Season of Discovery. So why are you spawning mobs for the quest down in an area where it kicks you out? Like, that doesn't make sense. But I agree. Classic was far from finished, and they even wrote that in the book. They wrote a book about Classic when they designed it, and they said straight up, the game came out unfinished, and it was never fully done. Hellfire Peninsula was supposed to be part of the zone. It never got implemented. Naxxramas, I think, was supposed to start inside Strathalome. They changed that. All kinds of weird shit like that. Like, they just changed a whole bunch of weird stuff about the game. Can I get back in the zone before you kick me out? Oh, that was goddamn close. Jesus Christ almighty. So she's up here, maybe. She's down here. We got her. You son of an onion. Screw you, gnome. I got her first. Haha. You stink. Alright, now we'll pull this guy. If if I can. And we'll make our way to the Emerald Portal, which is this way. But I can't run that way because it'll kick me out, so I gotta go the long way. So we'll pull this guy and make our way to that portal, which is right there. But I can't go... I'm afraid if I go this way, it's gonna kick me out. So I gotta go the long way to get there. That's annoying. Yeah, the thing about Classic is just, like... It was really underdeveloped. And it's very... And you could see the cracks. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. Although Baldur's Gate, that was done, right? Or I guess they came out in beta. People played the beta of it first, right? Or something. Baldur's Gate was brilliant, though. That's felt like a fully complete game. There's very few, though. I don't like that mentality, how games come out like half-finished now, and that's just expected. That's just what they do now. Let's see if we can mount, or if she goes away. If we can mount, that'd be amazing. Is she following? Sick. I'll come back and kill these guys after. Let's just drop her off. Because we're respectful, unlike the stupid gnome. Right, she's following? Sick. Let's keep going. We'll just take her right there, and then we'll come back and finish these quests. But well, we're going to lose her. She's going not fast enough. I see. I see. We got to walk careful with her, because we'll outrun her. Cool. What if we cheetah instead? Do you know why there's no tests in Africa? Because too many cheetahs. Okay. Yeah, that's a mentality we've learned to accept. It's just buy unfinished games in alpha and beta, and then it never comes out properly, or it's like dog shit when it comes out, or it gets changed a million times when it comes out. But it's because we pay for it before it comes out. That's why I'm so hesitant to buy games before they come out. The only game I bought before it actually came out in the last, like, I don't know how many years, was Elden Ring. I bought Elden Ring a year after the game came out. Like, the game was already out for a year, and then I bought it because the hype was real, and I'm like, I gotta see what this game's hype is all about. It looks so exciting. But then when I heard the DLC was coming out, the game was already out for like 3 years by that point. By the time the DLC came out, so by the time the DLC came out, I'm like, look, I've already spent like 200 plus hours playing Elden Ring. The DLC is going to be just as good. I will just buy it now, so I just have it. And it's also because we're gonna die here. And that's okay. I'll just reset. Who cares? When Elden Ring came out, the DLC came out, I mean, I knew it was going to be insane. And I wanted to stream it on computer. So I'm like, we'll just buy Elden Ring plus the DLC. Because it's on sale right now, I can get both games for the cost of just one game. So because of that, I don't know if by the time the game comes out, it'll be on sale like that again. So I was able to grab Elden Ring plus the game itself, the base game, for like $100 or something. Something like that. Otherwise, it would have cost me like probably like 150 or something. So saving the $50 was worth buying it ahead of time. Something like that. Yeah. And that's probably the next game that we're going to play, because like Diablo, obviously. We're going to finish Diablo, which we're almost done. Level 60. And then we'll play seasonally. We'll play the season and have fun. But the new DLC for Elden Ring is coming out, and I haven't even played the first one. So I got to get on that already. And hopefully the game will be hype while we're playing it, so maybe we can get like a follower or two, maybe if we're playing a game that's hype. I don't really chase the hype train, but just coincidentally, I really like Elden Ring, and it's going to be hot again when the DLC comes out, so that might be an opportunity to just ride the gravy train just coincidentally, because my interests align with something that's popular, sort of like WoW is right now. Although this is what's funny, and a little bit sad. WoW is hot right now, but it doesn't seem to perform very well when I stream it compared to streaming other games. Maybe I'm just boring to watch play WoW. It could be that. But I'm just shocked that, like, right now WoW is in the pocket, and WoW is never in the pocket. WoW is never popular compared to, like, other games. WoW's like an old man's game. Like, it's just, you know, the people that like WoW, but it's not, it doesn't have the popularity, in my opinion, of, like, League of Legends, of Overwatch, of Call of Duty. So when it does pop off, it's like, wow, that's rare. WoW doesn't normally pop off. So the fact that it is, I'm like, well, maybe now's an opportunity to, like, grow a little bit, but it hasn't really done much. Not compared to, like, Diablo, for example. I don't know. But it could just be a me issue. Maybe WoW is popular and just my streams like of WoW aren't very entertaining. So it could be that. Because I'm not like I don't feel like entitled like because WoW's popular like the stream should grow. I just thought like maybe that would make sense. Like if there's ever a time for the stream to grow through WoW, it would be a time when like OnlyFans is happening, because it's more relevant now than it normally would be to the general public. There's always the WoW people that like WoW, but I feel like there's more viewers now in the WoW section than there normally is because big streamers are playing it right now. And big name streamers, that's the biggest issue. Oh, 100%. 100%. It's definitely an oversaturated. That's why I mean, like, if the goal was to grow Twitch, if you want to grow Twitch, specifically YouTube or Twitch, but specifically Twitch, step number one is get in the just chatting section for about an hour or two before you do anything else. Just chatting, reaction videos to TikToks, reaction videos to YouTube videos, YouTube shorts, all that kind of stuff. That's the first thing you do. You grow in the just chatting section. When you post the VOD to YouTube, you have very poppy, exciting, big thumbnails with big letters, with reactionary content, with faces like, oh my god, and stuff like that. I can't believe you'll never see what this, weird clickbaity titles. And then you play whatever's hot. You play whatever games are really popular. You play niche games that are small, where there's only like 300 people in the entire room. So like let's say like Alien horror game, but there's only like 2 people streaming. So if there's like 300 watchers, but only like 2 people streaming, it's easier to break through the clutter. What you don't want to do, if you don't want to grow on Twitch, is play an oversaturated game that's mostly big streamers, like we're doing. But like, who cares? WoW's fun. I like WoW. I love WoW. And to be honest, I can't believe how much success we've had. It's crazy to say that, like, sincerely, but like I look at success like, anybody showing up at all, and I genuinely believed, and I still genuinely believe, that every time we go live, it will just say 0. Even my friends. Like, I don't even expect my friends to be here. So anytime anybody shows up, it's always, to me, like, Jesus Christ, I don't know what the hell we did to deserve this, but that's wild to me. Because to me, the nature of streaming is exciting. It's really exciting, and I've always really liked it. And I've always, like, been envious of my friends that did it, because my computer was never good enough. So the fact that, like, I've been fortunate enough to be given a computer that is able to maintain both streaming and playing at the same time, like, I can't not jump on that opportunity. It's so exciting to me. So that's why we do it. And honestly, like, even streams like today, which are less than ideal, can I get it for them? Got it. Screw you, buddy. We'll quickly run it back. And even to have streams like today that, in my opinion, are less than ideal, it's still exciting. I'm still very grateful to have the opportunity, because it's a lot of fun. I really do enjoy it. As far as like hobbies go, this is probably my favorite hobby. It's so rewarding. It's so much fun. Yes, there are some days that are better than others, but overall, I wouldn't change it for the world. It's so sick. It's so cool to have this opportunity. I would be here more if I could. I try my damnedest to support my friends as much as I can. Dude, you don't have to tell me that. Are you kidding? If anybody knows that, I think I know that. Right? Like, Jesus Christ. You're like my best friend. That's crazy, man. I'm so grateful for you. I, like, gush over you all the time. But I'm just saying, like, it's surreal. I don't know. It's surreal. It sounds silly, but do you guys not feel that if you ever want to pursue anything, you're just gonna get made fun of? Is that just me? Is that just how I think? Or do you guys think that too? Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just projecting. I'm probably just projecting, but I feel like someone else has got to feel that way too. If you try to pursue something, you're just gonna get made fun of, and like no one's gonna actually take you seriously, or it's just gonna be like, "What are you doing, you idiot?" Only like, you're so funny, dude. Oh yeah. This is the worst. This periodically suffering. Oh no, this is the one. No, it is. This is the one that stuns you, I think. Right? Am I crazy? Maybe not. Maybe it's something else. There's a buff that these guys give you. It's just happened to me like 1,000 times, where it just periodically stuns you every once in a while. It's like, oh, it's painful when you're getting attacked and you're just getting periodically stunned. Painful. It's self-doubt, yeah. But this thing. Hi, Anna. It's very nice to see you. Um, Anna, can I call you Anna? Uh, yeah, it's self-doubt, but like, I don't know. That's why I hype you up. Because I think you should. I don't know if people tell you enough. Like, it's not just me being nice. When you show me like that you built like a shelf, I couldn't do that. And if I did do it and I learned how to do it on YouTube, I wouldn't trust myself enough to. Did I just lose that fucking person? She's following me. Thank Christ. Um, I wouldn't trust myself enough to put anything in it because I would be afraid it would collapse. I don't trust myself that I'm capable enough to build a shelf that's like self-sustaining, that wouldn't collapse and destroy all the things I hold or I value most. But you do. You do it all the time. You've built so much for yourself. You're so self-sufficient. To the point where I'm like, honestly, and I know I'm like maybe like a bit of a dreamer for saying this, but I do believe, and I've said this many times when you're not present. I've said this to other people, not even on stream, just in personal conversations. And I have a friend that I believe is talented enough that if ever given the opportunity or the exposure, people would legitimately pay him money for custom work because he's that handy and he's that good at making things, and they're pretty. They're not just functional, they're pretty. Like, I genuinely believe that like if the right opportunity were to align itself and like something you made were to go viral on TikTok, you would have to turn down offers because people would be throwing enough money at you to make them custom stuff. And I think that's really cool that like you just have that natural ability. And yes, you worked hard at it, but I think also you have an engineer's brain. When I see the way like your brain operates and the way you think of things and the way you like come to solutions, you just have that like engineering brain, whatever that engineer brain is, where you think of things from such a different perspective, that it's just, I don't know, it's like a superpower to me. It's crazy because my brain doesn't work like that. I just always looked at it. I was so amazed with the way your brain operates. I had Cheetah on. Yeah, you're not wrong, bro. So, dude, Season of Discovery has this really cool thing I learned about. I saw all these hunters with this buff, and I'm like, what buff is this? It's so weird. This buff up here, Heart of the Lion, it increases hunter stats by 10%, and then increases stats by 10% and attack power by 136. It's another aspect. So I have Aspect of the Hawk on. Aspect of the Hawk is off. Aspect of the Hawk is on. But this is Aspect of the Lion. It's a different one, and you can have them both at the same time. So I can do Cheetah for speed, and then I still have, hear my voice crack, and you have Heart of the Lion at the same time. It's like a new Season of Discovery thing, and it's so cool. I think it's a cool little buff. Okay, we're going to run her here. Hopefully we won't die this time. Hopefully we won't die. I forgot you play Hunter. I totally forgot that, man. The whole reason why I'm playing Classic, this is going to sound insane. Absolutely insane, but it's absolutely true. The whole reason I'm playing Classic, and I've said this like a million times, is this goddamn weapon right here. Every time Classic comes out, I have to play Classic so I can get this goddamn weapon. The Rock Dalar. Not even the bow. The bow is cool, but this goddamn staff. When I first started playing WoW and I would see hunters with this staff, I'm like, that's the coolest thing in existence. I feel like everybody has that moment. I feel like when you play a video game, especially an MMO like WoW, everybody has that moment where you see a character for the first time and you're like, I want to look like that. How do I look like that? And then that just becomes your like idea of like iconic in the game. And mine was always a hunter with Rock Dalar, and it still is. And even if I play like hunters in retail, I'll give them a staff that looks similar because you can't get this weapon. It breaks my heart that I never got the weapon before Cataclysm came out because I'll never have access to it now. And I don't understand that because, like, let me transmog stuff that I earned in Classic. Like, it would, why not? Because then it would give people incentive to want to play Classic. You took away so many transmogs. I did the quest. It's not like I didn't put in the effort. It's a hard quest to do. I kited. I had the skill. I did the wing clip. I got the material. It's a tough quest. It's expensive. It's tough. It's hard. It requires skill. I did it all. So let me get the benefit in retail. And I feel like doing so would increase the player base in retail because, or no, sorry, in Classic, because retail players that want transmogs that only exist in Classic would level a character in Classic to get those transmogs. And if you don't do it, well, you don't have access to it anyways. But at least give us an opportunity to get access to it. Like, it's only a benefit. Either you don't have it already and you'll never get it because you can't get it, or give us another means to get it. And it's not unfair to the people that got it at the time because I earned it. I worked for it. I got the drop. I did the quest. It's not an easy quest. I think people think like, well, players are better now. Most players could not do this. I'm telling you. I promise you. And I know for a fact because I had to do it for a few of my friends. It's a tough quest. It's like green. This is another thing. I'll stop. The real hunter spec. Yeah, you play survival, right? Is that what they call it? What do they call it? Is it survival? Is that what it's called? That's what it's called in classic. God, I'm not being. I promise, I'm not being a pedantic. I legitimately don't remember what that spec is called. Is it still called survival? I know it's a melee hunter. Because what fucks me up is outlaw rogue. So it's called outlaw, right? It's outlaw. See, I called it outlaw. I always fucked it up. Forever, it was called combat rogues. There was assassination, there was subtlety, there was combat. And then they changed it to outlaw. And I called it combat forever. But I'm trying to fix my brain and call it combat. Or wait, no, it's not combat, it's outlaw. It used to be combat, now it's outlaw. That's what it is. And it's still survival, so they haven't changed survival. So I don't know why they changed combat to outlaw. I don't understand why they changed the name. But yeah, I was gonna call it combat spec again. Outlaw spec is a cool spec. It's visually, I like how you pull the gun out. I like that. Really quick, you like pull for the quick shot. That's sick. It's a really cool spec. Yeah, I like cowboys. That's why. I gotta try retail again, man. It's been a while. If I could be honest with you, I've just been so discouraged because like I've had such toxic experiences and I'm just so tired of it. I'm so like mentally drained that I just don't want to deal with that in the game. But like, I feel like with the right group, Mythic Plus is fun. I just feel like you gotta find the right group of people. But it's hard to find a group of good players that are also nice. Not saying you're not, but like for every one of you, there's like 1,000 that are like dog shit or toxic as fuck. Or both, honestly. I feel like most of them. This is what I've noticed, man. I'm better than a lot of players that talk shit to me. They're just toxic. They're not good. Like, yeah, pugging is rough, man. I'm not tooting my own horn, saying like I'm some like phenomenal player, but I'm not fucking bad, and I understand mechanics at least. I definitely understand mechanics, and the amount of players that just completely ignore mechanics and then wipe while still talking shit is staggering. It's insane, and it happened in my last time walking, and I don't understand it. It happens all the time, dude. It's so insane. It's crazy. All I ask is just be nice. You don't need to be. You know what? Fuck this. Let's just ignore this and just run. I don't care. I'm just gonna do this quest. 'Cause if I die, I don't have to escort him. I just have to pick the quest up. So we can just feign death or whatever. I can just ignore this. But all I'm asking is to be nice. If you don't know the fights, like that's fine. I'm happy to be patient. I'm even happy to wipe. I just ask that you're just respectful, which a lot of people aren't, in my opinion. Who is this guy? He's a named NPC. That's interesting. The only toxicity I like is System of a Down. Yeah, I love it, dude. You're absolutely right. I don't know why retail's so bad, and it's bleeding into classic now. That's why I stopped playing retail so much. I couldn't take it. Do you notice that? Do you notice like pugs are like really like not just mean to you or not just mean to me, just generally they have this like almost like they're bothered to be there. Like, aren't we playing this game to have fun? Why do you feel like you're working right now to have to play this game? It's so strange. I don't get it. Just don't play. I don't get where that mentality comes from. It sours the whole experience for me. And I get so envious when I watch, like, OnlyFans. And maybe this is, like, you can make fun of me, but, like, the word is envious. I'm not jealous. I don't want them not to have it, but I want to be there too. I want to be like friends with these people because the community that they created is what I miss about World of Warcraft. And that's, I think, what Sodapoppin's intention was. Because it's not like they're all friends before. All the people that are on OnlyFans, a lot of them never met each other until they joined this OnlyFans, this Twitch group. And now they became friends. But it's a lot of people running gear or running dungeons that they don't need because they're trying to help one person. And I would love to be a part of a community like that. And I've been looking for a guild like that. And I've joined a few guilds, but they've all broken up because drama and greed and other stuff. And I'm like, I don't like. It sucks because I'm not even there when it happens. You know, like a few times now I've woken up and my guild's disbanded, or I go on Discord and there's 60 messages of a bunch of people leaving, all flaming each other. And it's like, how do I find that community of people that just want to have fun? How do I find those casual players that just want to just are happy to run a dungeon that they don't need because someone in their guild needs it? And if we can get that one person, that piece, that would really help our raid team. Like, I just miss that. That's what WoW was. That's why WoW was so special to me, and that's just I want to be like part of that community. That's what makes it so exciting and special and epic, and I don't know. I'm just old man yells at cloud right now, like Dennis says. That's what I'm doing right now. Old man yells at cloud. That's exactly what I am. Keyboard warriors who haven't been punched in the face for being disrespectful a long time while it shows. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. Absolutely not wrong. And like that's my point. Gnome the Pawn. That guy looks so cool. I love gnomes so much. I always love gnomes. They're so cute. Just be respectful. Fuck it. I think I'm above average. I do. I believe that. I think I've done enough stuff in my life in WoW that I think I'm above the average player base. So don't talk to me like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've proven myself in enough solo things. Green Fire when it was at its hardest. Mage Tower when it was at its hardest. Mage Tower again when it was at its hardest. I did it on a healer, which I don't even play a healer. I literally leveled a healer just so I can complete the Mage Tower. It's not me flexing. It's me just saying that, like, I'm capable of taking on roles that I've never played and still achieving things with great difficulty. So if I can still be polite and kind to people that are new to the game, there's no reason why people that are lower and incapable of that stuff can't be. So it's like a personality issue. That's my point. You, my friend, are honestly probably the best player that I've met. You've done mythics that are so high that people in my guild couldn't even imagine doing something half the difficulty. Like, and you're like one of the kindest people I know. And I think it's so funny that these people that are like, have this elitist mentality, like have no idea. You have no idea like how you're not as good as you think you are. Like, it's crazy. And the people that are just savages, you're like legitimately probably one of the best players I know. And you don't even really apply yourself respectfully. I don't mean that in an insulting way, but like, you don't play this game like it's a job. You play this game when you have time, and you still always get ahead of the curve. You're still pushing Mythic Plus. Like, you barely have enough time to play the game, and even with little time that you have to play it, you're still like the 1% of players. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And you're still kind and patient and polite and willing to help people. So that's all. That's my point. You love dwarves. Only a select few people are your toxic side. I don't think I've ever seen you be toxic. I mean that. I don't think I've ever seen it. And it's not just because you're my friend. We got a level, boys. Level 45. We're moving. This is fucking... Look at 2 bars. 1 quest. What insanity is this? I see why people do this. This is crazy, man. We almost got another level already. Holy, dude. You could do this once a day? That's insane. Let's try these other quests. Defeating these big guys. Dream infused dragon skill. I can't do that skinning. That's mining. I can't do it. I'm not high enough. What's recover the Ashran prophecy? Recover. What's this thing? So that's mining. That's herbalism. That's skinning. We can do the other quests. Let's try the other ones. We made some gold from that too. That was sick. No, but you're such a good player, and it's just like I feel like if everybody had your mentality where you can apply yourself really hard, but you still don't have to be mean to people, I feel like WoW would be in a crazy place because we'd all be pushing really hard. We'd all be like pushing the boundaries of what we're capable of. We did a Mythic 10 last year, I think, which I've never done anything that high before, and it was tough, and it was very tough. But you guys got me through it, and I tanked it. And it was a little bit rough at times. Maybe we wiped once, but we did do it eventually. I don't know. It just it was a fun experience. It was tough, but it was doable. And even if we didn't like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like WoW would be really exciting for everyone. I feel like everyone would have a really good time if we were constantly pushing difficulty boundaries, but doing so in a way where we had the patience to wipe and maybe kill keys at times. But like, I feel like the community would be better as a whole. Every time I go into trade chat, it's like people talking about like politics. It's like, Jesus Christ, you guys are both like 40 years old talking about politics in World of Warcraft Classic. Like, where are your wives or your brothers or your friends or your pets? Doesn't your dog need to go for a walk? Like, come on, like, how are you doing this right now? It's crazy. Maybe I'm toxic for talking about them like this, but it just seems like insane. It just seems insane. Is that it? That's what we need right there. That's it. I couldn't find, like, what is this thing we're looking for? It's that piece of paper right there. But on the other side of the argument, not to like be like a negative Nancy, on the other side of the argument, when you have a really cool experience with a group or with a guild or with a group of Mythic Plus people, it really is magic. It really is. When you make friends through WoW, and you start running dungeons back to back, or like anytime you come on, like, hey, how you doing? And you don't even know who this person is. You only know like there's a really good healer. You don't even know the real name. It's special. It's what makes the game. It's why I keep playing the game, in spite of all the other negative nonsense that I have to deal with. It's those moments that make the rest of it all worth it. And like, you're like my closest friend, and look how we met, right, dude? Like, it's crazy. We met through WoW. Like, that's what I mean. Some of my best friends I've met. Did somebody say, dude? That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking. The thunder. Where's the Thunder Fury spam? Where's the anal spam? Anal rip, anal barrage, anal Fellfire. That's WoW. That's the community. That's where we need to go back. That is so funny to me. I love that so much. Did somebody say Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? Oh my god. Best memes, dude. The best memes. They're so simple, but they're so funny. They always make me giggle. I love it. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, so I'm in a guild right now. Hopefully this guy will spawn soon. Let's try to kill him. I don't know if I can solo him because he has question mark. But I'm a hunter. We can see if we can kite him. But I think we can get back there. Oh, dude. Firelands is fun. So classic during COVID was that, and Season of Discovery is closer to that right now, in my opinion. Season of Discovery right now is better than classic is, and it's better than retail is, because it's casual, and the people that are here seem to be a little bit more chill. Not everyone, but a lot of people. People are happy to answer questions. I'll give you an example. Someone said the other day, hey, I just joined Season Discovery. Like, how do I get this thing? And a whole bunch of people just answered. No one said, like, just go to Google. People just were happy to answer. Someone else said, would anybody be willing to craft me bags? Like, I just started playing. I would just love, like, a linen bag if anyone has extra linen. And people were like, don't worry, I'll hop on my alt and send you stuff. And that happened to me too, but I was in a guild. So I was in a guild, and I asked my guild, I'm like, I have wool. Could I send someone some wool so I could ask for some bags? And my guild is like, dude, we'll just send you the bags. Don't worry. Like, we'll send you runecloth bags. Runecloth bags are level 60 bags. I'm like, I can't afford those. Like, no, don't, like, dude, we have plenty of runecloth. Just you'll expect them in the mail. That's how it should be. That's what I do to people all the time. And that's what makes, like, WoW so special, in my opinion. Like, the pass it along mentality. And it just warmed my heart to see that. It was really, really cool. I really appreciate it. How are we soloing a question? Are you seeing this right now? How are we soloing a question mark mob? Sent this at 6:03 p.m. EST. Now, I may have missed that for a second because I was fighting. But YouTube does have a little bit of a delay. I think Twitch has less of a delay than YouTube. One or the other. I don't remember which one has more of the delay. I think YouTube has a bigger delay than Twitch, or it's the other way around. One of them has a bigger delay, and I don't remember which is which. I thought Twitch had less delay than YouTube, but I could be wrong. I think Dennis knows, though. I think Dennis does know which one has the bigger delay. This guy helped me kill it? Thank you, buddy. That was really kind of you. God, look at that alliance helping me. That's so kind. Did he get credit too? Is that why? I don't think he did, though. I think he was just being very kind. Now, who's this that we have to kill? Oh, those are the dragons. Yeah, those big-ass dragons. I don't know if we can fight those guys, but... Anti-stream snipe delay. Oh! I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't entirely know what stream snipe means. I sort of know. I think some games have bigger delay by default. That makes sense. Is stream sniping like... My understanding of it is... If I'm in the world and playing on a PvP server on hardcore, someone can find me in the world and kill me, so I have to restart, or I have to, like, run from the grave. That's, like, stream sniping? Because, like, they see where I am in real time, so, like, they track me down to, like, kill me. That's like, how I understand stream sniping, unless that's incorrect. Oh, are we stuck? Good, we can run underneath it. Ooh, we're 45 technically. We're almost 46 because that gave us a lot of XP. We could probably do Noggenfogger quest. That's a fun quest. I like looking like a skeleton. That's always fun. That's partially why I play WoW, is I just love some of the iconic quests that just don't exist in retail anymore. Now you just go to Tenaris, you just buy Noggenfogger Elixir. But it was fun to do the Noggenfogger quest. I don't think that exists anymore in retail. I think you just buy the elixir straight up. Is it bugged? Why can't I pick it up? There we go. Do you even know what Noggenfogger is, Aaron? I don't even know if you even know or remember what Noggenfogger is. Not that I'm testing your WoW knowledge. It's just I don't know. Like I don't feel like people don't use Noggenfogger. I don't see it too often in WoW anymore in retail. I still use it because it's like nostalgic for me, but I feel like it's stream snipe is... Hold on. Stream snipe is a term used for viewer watching your stream to determine where you are and using that to their advantage to kill you. Games like COD while you're actually camping or ducking out. Ah, that makes sense. So it's more of like a competitive thing. Nostalgia quest like, yeah. Dude, my pet. That's my pet. That's why I got him. Love him. I never complete the quest. What's really cool is, and here's a little bit of a nostalgic story during like COVID Classic. That's what I call it. Let's see if we can fight. Can we fight this guy? Let's see if we can do this. You ready, guys? Let's see if we can solo this guy. Let's see. Ooh, he's a big boy. God damn it, he's too close. And he's immune to poison? That's not fair, dude. How am I gonna I can't even Serpent Sting this guy? That's dog shit, dude. That's crazy. That's not fair. I can kill him, though. This guy won't need him? This guy need him? Okay. Buddy, join my group. Get credit for him. I don't know if you're gonna get credit. He's already in a group. He can't join, but they're helping me kill him. Does everybody get credit for killing this guy? Is that how this works? I didn't know that. Sick! Bro, we're gonna get it! We're gonna do it! Your very first hunter. Dude, he's so sick. He's so sick. He's such a cool cat. So here's a story really quick. I'm gonna read what you wrote. During COVID Classic, that's what I call it because like I played it during the pandemic. When it first came out in like 2021 or whenever the Classic first came out. I leveled a hunter, a Night Elf hunter, and I wanted to tame a pet named Rakshiri. And I'll bring up Rakshiri for those that might not know who Rakshiri is. He's a very iconic pet. For those that play hunters, you probably might know what it is, but maybe not everybody does. So one sec, I'll bring him up. This is, again, from when I was a kid, and I used to see this guy. As a kid, both these cats, I always wanted them. This is him. One sec. Let's just open the image, a new tab, and bring him up like this. See, I'm getting better with OCS. Give me a second. Can you see him? Yep, that's Rakshiri. So he's in Winter Spring. So he's a really cool pet. You can get him in a pink variation, but Rakshiri was a rare spawn. The pink ones are around all the time. The Winter Spring Frost Sabers, they're always around. Rakshiri is a rare spawn. Alternatively, the same model exists on a quest for Horde. Same with this guy. There's a white lion in Winterspring. They get summoned together. It's a quest where the Horde hunt meat, and then they summon two elite cats. One looks like this white lion, one looks like Rakshiri. So the hunters on the Horde, they can summon it as many times as they want to tame it. The Alliance have to look for the rare spawn to tame it. Unless, and this is what happened to me, I was waiting for Rakshiri to spawn, and I saw an orc doing the quest. So I pointed to... I couldn't emote to him because I was Alliance. So I kept, like, emoting, point, 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 then point in the other direction. And he nodded. And it's like, brother, are you kidding me? Do you understand that I want to tame this thing? And he did. And you know what he did? He farmed the quest for me. He got the meat. He summoned the green tiger. His name is Shai Rotom, I believe. That's the thing that looks like Rakshiri, but it's not a rare spawn. It's the Hunter quest. Or the Horde quest. He summoned it, and then he just stood there. And he let me tame it. And I couldn't believe that not only did he understand what I meant, but he was kind enough to do it for me because he knew I couldn't get it on my own because I was Alliance. And that restored my faith in humanity that I'm still talking about it like 2 or 3 years later. It was whoever that man is, or that woman, we played an orc, a male orc. Whoever that person is, I hope they have nothing but success in their life, just for that good karma. It meant so much to me. Not even because I just wanted the pet. Just the kindness to go out of your way to do that for someone that you don't even know on the other faction. That was so kind that I never forgot that. And it really meant a lot to me, and I try to maintain that kindness when I play WoW for other people because of how much it meant to me at the time. Sorry, Nostalgia Quest, yeah, the potion in Gadgetzan that either makes you big, turns you into a skeleton. Yeah, so okay. So the potion in Gadgetzan, you're correct, Noggenfogger Elixir, and Marin Noggenfogger. It's named after the guy. The guy's the goblin, Marin Noggenfogger. Marin Noggenfogger... Oh, we should go back in here to kill the other guy if we can. Marin Noggenfogger, the Noggenfogger Elixir, it gives you slow fall. It turns you into a skeleton. You can breathe underwater, by the way, if you're a skeleton. Here's a classic trick. If you want underwater breathing, use Noggenfogger Elixir. When you're a skeleton, you have infinite breath. Turns you into a skeleton, slow fall, and makes you really tiny. That's what it does. I love it. It's so much fun. I always love using it in Classic. It's such an iconic quest. It's so much fun. Okay, let's go back in. We only have one more quest. We're almost 46. Like, we almost got 2 levels in, like, 5 seconds from handing in all these quests. I can't believe how good XP this whatever this incursion is. It's a really neat concept. But we need the big guy to spawn. Right here. But it looks like everybody gets credit for it. So if we wait, maybe it'll spawn again and people will help us kill it. Are they fighting it right now? No. But I bet it'll spawn in a second, and then everybody will attack it. Let's wait around. Yeah, but it was a really nice story. Fenrang was my first hunter, a name, a mixture of Fenrir and Ragnarok. I didn't keep for long due to names made to abuse you. What do you mean by that? Sorry, what do you mean by that? Names made to abuse you? I know Fenrir. Actually, so is Ragnarok the apocalypse in Norse mythology? Is that what it is? I only know that because of Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman's book on Norse mythology, he talks about Fenrir, which is, I think, Odin's dog. Like, it's his wolf, right? Fenrir is Odin's wolf. And Ragnarok, I think, is the end of times, right? It's like the apocalypse for, like, the Norse mythology, right, or something? Okay, fair. I think I sort of... Maybe? Maybe no? Is it what, like, the Brits call a cigarette? Is that where you're going with that? Ragnarok is like the end of the world. Yeah. So Neil Gaiman's book on Norse mythology is sick. If you're into that kind of stuff, he's an awesome narrator and writer, and it's really cool. I never actually finished it. I have the audiobook, but his narration is like stunning. Like, he's got such a great voice, Neil Gaiman. I love him. But to be fair, I'm like a fanboy of his shit, so that's why I'm like so disappointed Sandman got canceled. Or not, I think it, or I don't think it got canceled. Like, I think they said like season 2 is the final season, and then like that's it. So they'll wrap it up. But there's just so many stories to tell. It wasn't fabulous either, honestly. It was okay, but I was just happy to see Sandman exist in the world again. I'm waiting for this thing to spawn. I don't know how long it takes, though. I should Google it, maybe. Larzira. 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 Spawn timer. Multiple groups can tag it for credit. The spawn Drake's at low health. Does not do a huge amount of damage, but does have a cleave. So it doesn't say how long it takes her to respawn, though. Fenrir is the son of Loki. Loki can't keep it in his pants. I didn't know Fenrir was the son. I must have missed that part. I know Loki's a bastard. I know that much. Holy shit, man. At least the way he writes about him in both Sandman and the Norse mythology book. But Fenrir, I always thought was like a dumb animal, like a dumb aggressive dog. But at least the way he wrote about it in Norse mythology, the book, I think it's what it's called. It's just Norse mythology. He's cunning. He's intelligent. He's like sentient. I always thought it was just like a wolf, but it's not a wolf. It's like he's smart. And yes, also I learned that Loki like fucks everything that moves. He's insane. And he's like super evil. Loki's like really, really evil. It's crazy how evil he is. Yeah, I mean, I think he'll just do anything at this point. Anything that moves, honestly, it's like from what I've read, it's getting to that point where he just if you move too much, he'll just jump you. It's crazy, dude. Do you know about him being stuck in the under the earth, like naked and strapped to like an altar with like a poison from a serpent dripping on his head until the end of time for eternity or something like that? You know about that story? He is just like immortals. Maybe he took some liberties in the Sandman universe. I'm not sure. Like that's my only point of reference. It really is like Sandman or the book. And to be fair, like Morpheus is definitely the way I've learned about Morpheus from Sandman, and the way I learned about Morpheus from like Stephen Fry's book were very different. It was a very different Morpheus. The Morpheus in Sandman is a little bit more emotional, a little bit more deep, a little more human, versus the Morpheus in I think Stephen Fry's version took less liberties. I think it was a little bit more honest to the way he was written about by the Greeks, which is more of just a all-knowing, omnipotent figure, the god of dreams. Although, in fairness, all the Greek tales, the gods, while being very powerful and omnipotent, also had very human-like traits. They were very emotional, very egotistical, very cunning and deceitful. I thought that was so interesting, that they gave them all human-like traits, all the gods. In spite of being, like, infinitely powerful, immortal, and, like, everything else, they were still always trying to get one up on each other. They're lying, they're trying to get away with everything. Like, it's like, man, they're more human than they are gods at this point. It's crazy. He's more selfish than evil. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that. That's fair. You're absolutely right. That's a very fair... I misspoke there. Loki's not... at least from what I've read or heard, he's just very self-centered. And in so much so that if it comes at the detriment of others, so be it. He doesn't enjoy the suffering. He's just thinking about himself. And often, when you think about yourself, it hurts others around you because you're not even considering how it affects other people. That's sort of more, I would agree with what I've like at least read or learned from those two books. But like so self-centered to the point that you're almost like, who wants to be like, this guy's an ass. This guy's a real dick, man. Like, Jesus. And supposedly Thor is a lot stupider too. Thor is like big muscle man, not so hyper intelligent. A little bit of an oaf, a little bit of a barbarian kind of character. Like Zeus is very cunning, supposedly, but his sons were Loki had all the intelligence, but not the strength. But Thor had all the strength, but he was all one was all brains, no bronze. The other one was all bronze, no brains. It seems like. Oh, sweetie, I gotta feed you. I was waiting for this guy to spawn. Okay, give me just a second, guys. I gotta feed the kitty. Who I was waiting for you to wake up, Missy. Yeah, I was waiting for you to wake up. Give me just a sec, hon, okay? Oh, he spawned. He spawned. 1 sec, hon. God, I'm neglecting my cat now. Okay, come on. Fight him. Fight him. Fight him. Fight him. Fight him. Can someone else help me fight him so I can AFK for a second, please? Please, for the love of God, can someone else help me kill this guy? Someone else need to kill this guy. That warlock's not even attempting to help. Yes, you are. Now you are. Thank God. Okay. Sweetheart, like, give me, like, another 30 seconds. I promise. My pet's gonna die. Can this warlock please fucking help? Jesus Christ, warlock. So I'll just wait. We'll just feign death then if this warlock can't help. So my pet's... Yeah, alright, you're not helping. So we'll just feign here, and someone else will come and help in a second. Are you just flying away now? You just despawning? Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. Yep. Did I miss it? Did I miss it? No one's fighting him yet. Okay. No one's fighting him yet, so we're still here. There's gotta be somewhere. Where is he flying? Oh, he's in the air. I see. Interesting. I wonder if we could solo him if I heal my pet. This mechanic is dog shit because it's gonna put me to sleep in a second. I gotta fucking move. This is so goddamn annoying. This smoke is so fucking annoying. Someone pulled him. Sick. Pull him. I'm gonna help you in a sec, bud, but I can't help you yet because I gotta man up. You're just pulling him to Africa. Where are you going with him? Where are you pulling him, dude? To the guards? 1 sec. I'm gonna read that in a sec, but 1 sec, Dennis. Oh my, like, he's immune to poison too. Like, this is not fair, dude. How can I can't play the game if one of my strongest abilities... You wanna pull him to the guards? Pull him. Come on. Kite him. Let's go. But I can't kite properly because I can't pull the goddamn... So the guards are gonna help us kill him? There we go. Pick him up, guards. Do your job. Nope. You're running to Africa to kill a fucking whelp. Are you out of your mind? Jesus Christ, man. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. There we go. Okay, you said... There were giants called Angerboda in Giantland. With her, Loki had 3 children. Fenrir the second. Wow. These siblings were brought up in Giantland, and the gods traced the prophecies, stating that these siblings, great mischief and disaster would arise from them. They all felt evil was to be expected from them to begin, because their mother nature is still worse because of their fathers. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Did we get credit for that quest? I think we did. We did. Beautiful, boys. That's another level. This is what we do all day. Level. Pro gamer shit. So, okay. Hold on. You said... when the gods traced prophecies stating that from these siblings great mischief and disaster would arise from them, then they all felt evil was to be expected from them. To begin with, because of their mother's nature, but still worse because of their father's. Ah, interesting. But Loki wasn't evil, right? We said like he was selfish, so why did they think that it would be evil, not just selfish nature? Dennis, have you watched Vinland Saga? Did you like it? We almost leveled again. That's crazy. So what level are we? We're level 50. Almost 46. 26 minutes. We got a level in almost 26 minutes. Like, that's insane. Imagine getting a level in 26 minutes. That is absolutely crazy. And we can do this again tomorrow. That's nuts, man. Oh, it's copy paste. You hated. Oh, that's what. Right, you're the one that didn't like it. Right. You did mention that. He didn't like it. I remember you also said that. You said that people thought it was like real or something, which I thought was sort of strange. So I guess we can go back to Stranglethorn Vale now. Just got to get to the camp. I wasn't super into Norse mythology, didn't research it as much as I did Greek and Egyptian mythology. Yeah, the Egyptians are pretty cool. I don't know much about them. I know Greek the most. I know that honey exists because Zeus was having a party. Everybody wanted to bring him something special, so a fairy, I think, collected all this nectar from all these special flowers and brought them together and created the first honey. And Zeus loved it so much that he's like, you got to do this again. And she's like, I can't do this again because it's too difficult. I would need help. If you want to give me helpers, then I'm happy to collect you more nectar. And she did, and then people kept stealing her stuff because they knew how much Zeus liked it. And they were stealing her honey and claiming it as their own. And she said, Zeus, I'm trying to get this for you, but people are stealing it. You got to give me something to protect myself with. So he says, okay, I'll give you a stinger. But the problem is, you get a stinger, but if you use it, you're dead too. So, like, you can collect the nectar, and you can protect yourself, but it comes at the cost of your own life. And he said that was, like, the first bee. That's the story that the Greeks, that's what Stephen Fry's told in Mythos. I thought that was really cool. Like, I love how the stories are like that. Like, they explain everything. Like, who was it? Who created the first man out of clay, and then the gift of flesh, or the curse of flesh. It wasn't a gift, it was a curse. So the reason why, so man was immortal. Man was crafted from, I don't remember who the guy's name was. He created man out of clay, and man was made out of stone forever. And then to punish him, he made his creation he turned the stone to flesh. And then men lost immortality. I thought that was pretty cool too. They're really, really cool stories, the Greek mythology. You know about the girl that got turned into a cow? I believe that was her punishment. I think she got turned into a cow, I thought, by Zeus, because Zeus was like resentful. I think, yeah, I don't remember what it was. I think Zeus wanted to be with her and she didn't want to be with Zeus, and Zeus got angry, so I think he turned her into a cow or something as a punishment to live the rest of her life as a cow, grazing on the grass. Zeus supposedly wasn't a very good guy. He was very resentful, very manipulative. He punished a lot of people that just didn't like see his way or give in to him. He was a bit of a tyrant. Want to know the biggest crime of wokeness in God of War Ragnarok? Anger Boba appears, she is black. What does that mean? That's in God of War Ragnarok? Oh, the game God of War. I'm an idiot. I'm dumb. Jesus Christ, you're talking about God of War, the game. I've never played it, actually. Interesting. I learned Ares was the... Anyone wants to come? I'm not high enough for that. That'd be fun, though. He was super... Oh, the mother of Fenrir. Do you fight Fenrir in God of War? Is he in God of War, Fenrir? I do remember... I think I played maybe the first God of War. I thought I played one. I remember you rip off Medusa's head, and then you like hold it to use it to like stun someone with it. And I'm like, that was crazy. That was sick. but I never really played God of War. But it looks like a really fun game. Maybe it's something we play on stream one time. Is that something you can get on Steam, or is that only PlayStation? Maybe it's only a PlayStation exclusive, so I can't play it on stream. Yes, you're correct. Ares is the god of war. You're correct, and I believe it's Mars in Roman. I believe Mars and Ares are the same person. It's just one's Roman mythology. I think one's Greek mythology. You didn't play Ragnarok. Fair. I think I maybe played the first one. I don't think I beat it. I don't think I only played it a little bit. They look like fun games, though. Very visually stunning games, in my opinion. You avoid most Viking games. I'm not big into Vikings, honestly. I feel like everybody has their one thing that they really like as far as like history goes, whether it's like Vikings or like Norse mythology or Greek mythology or like another whatever. I like samurai. I love samurai so much. I always thought like the feudal era, as Torin says, and just samurai in general. I love the code of samurai. I love like that's why I got this sword. I'm so excited I got this sword. I would love just a prop like katana, just to like hang on the wall, just because I like the way it looks. I don't care how like weird that is or weebish that is. I just think it's like artwork. It would be really cool instead of hanging like a poster to just hang like a prop like katana, just because like I just love the aesthetic of like the feudal era of Japan. That's why I love Shogun so much. When I watched Shogun, I watched it mainly just for the set. I love the structures of the buildings. I love the clothing. I loved the weapons, the fighting style, like the hairstyles, all of it. It's the honor of samurai. I think all of it is so cool. I've always been so into that kind of stuff. You're garbage. Fair, man. You know what? I always liked thought samurai were cool before, but then when I read Musashi, which was I think like 1,800 pages, it was like I didn't realize until after I finished it. It was actually the version that I got. It was actually like 4 or 5 books. It was a series of books, but they condensed it into one giant compendium. I didn't realize that at the time. I thought it was just one book, but I realized as I was reading through it, wait a minute, the book ended, and this is now the second book. But it was just a great read, Musashi. It was a little bit fictional, based off the real guy, but it was a fictional story based on his life. Some truth, but also like sensationalized for the sake of the story. But it was a lot of fun. It was really cool, and I went even deeper down the rabbit hole of samurai after that. Kind of enjoyed Valheim for the most part, but playing with friends, I fell behind too fast due to work. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Wait a minute, dude, you got a game. We were supposed to play together. We never ended up playing. We didn't play it this time. Holy shit, dude. Did you play it this time and I just didn't play with you, or did you not have time this time? I forgot. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, man. Hellblade, best Norse game ever? I don't think I've heard of that. Kind of enjoyed, the building was good for me. Samurais are overrated in the West? What do you mean samurais are overrated in the West? What does that mean? Explosive trap. Disengage. Nah, I don't need any of this crap. Not right now. Marksmanship we want. Survival, marksmanship. We want aim shot. We want arcane shot. Let's get volley. Alright, it's expensive, but what else am I going to spend my gold on? That's good for now. I don't need rapid fire. It's useless. Distracting shot. I don't need Viper Sting. I'm not draining mana. Not when I'm questing by myself. That's for when we do a Rock Dalar quest. Cool. So we gotta throw out, we have to throw in the, wait, we have rank 4, perfect. Aim shot does 330, replacing, it used to do 200, we're getting 130 extra damage from that aim shot now. 115, 83, almost double the damage to our arcane shot. That's huge, and that's rank 6, we're good, rank 6, rank 3, we're good. Uh, Katanas are garbage. Samurais are garbage. Europeans kick their ass every time. 100 Spanish soldiers defeated in several days, assaulted from 1,000 road. Well, in fairness, that's because they had like guns, right? That's what I learned. But Nobunaga, I think his name was. He, in spite of having to fight people with guns, I think he was good. He was well trained enough that he was able to ambush them a few times, and he even became fearsome, I believe, for a little bit before he was defeated because they used strategy against. Once they realized what they were up against, I think they had to use like cunning tactics to try to like ambush them, and a few times I think they actually got the upper hand for a little bit. In a few battles, I think overall, of course, they ended up dying, but that's an unfair. I mean, yeah, when you're coming with like firearms and stuff, right? That's an unfair advantage. And to be fair, like from what I understand, samurai were honorable, and like the people that conquered just didn't. It was honor was not a thing for them. It was just for them. It was just about killing. Like fuck it, we fuck your honor. We're just gonna murder you. No guns. They beat them in hand-to-hand combat. You're gonna tell me they beat samurais in hand-to-hand combat? Long spears. They made a huge building that was Norse-inspired, A-frame-esque, and another huge one that kind of like a yurt. Yeah, I know what a yurt is. Wait, you actually have to use supports, or the building actually falls down? Actually, probably can get scarabs from them. Other than that, I don't know. Ooh, Ren's dropping in 6 seconds. The elites drop a lot of loot if you could group up to farm them. Interesting. Hey, we got Ren boys. Are we getting a Nixia soon? Let's check. Questy. Which one is it? I can never remember which one it is that shows the Leatrix. God, what's the... Which one? Let's just click this thing here. There. When's a Nixia? Doesn't say. Okay. Screw it. Old layers will still show. Layers will disappear from over 6 hours after not existing. Fuck it. Let's go to Stranglethorn. You could get Intimidation, Spirit Bond. I'm going to put one in Spirit Bond. And I guess we'll get Intimidation, because it's nice to have Intimidation, just so my pet can stun for me if I need him to. My talent spec is all over the place, but it's just functional right now. It's not like the best actual talents, but it's good for like solo playing, and it works for me. I copied a little bit of like Zeroji's talents. If any of you guys know, I feel like, you know, maybe someone watching that's not like you guys, Dennis and Aaron, might know who Zeroji is, but Zeroji is probably the best hunter in the world, in my opinion, and his talents justifiably make sense. He's deep into marksmanship for hardcore, but he says like if he were to play normal, he'd probably go Beast Mastery. And I agree. I like Beast Mastery. It's fun. It's more fun than, in my opinion. Like you go deep enough down the marksmanship tree to get aim shot, just because aim shot is good. Like aim shot is just too powerful to not have. But after that, I just go here. But I feel like you should go a little bit into survival, unless like one of these things give you hit rating. I think. I thought one of them gave you hit rating. Maybe not. I swear, I thought there was a talent here. Increase your hit chance, sure-footedness. The chance movement and pairing effects will be resisted by an additional 5%. But I don't know if that's worth... You have to go so far down the talent tree to get there. That's like 15 or more points in to get there. Yeah, 15 points. That's like crazy. I feel like that's just get hit gear. At that point, you only need 9% to get hit cap for raids. I feel like you just get it from gear. So, Dennis, I have a question. It's a serious question. If they took over, how come the Japanese still have? Did they give it back to the Japanese? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why take it, or why kill them and then why leave it as is? Because Japan still seems a little bit like isolated, or for a long time it did. Right? It still sort of seems like its own thing, its own cultural thing, versus like a lot of other places were sort of like Americanized. Japan's always sort of like forced to keep their culture a little bit more than like some other countries, which just sort of just leaned into like Western culture. They didn't fight in Japan. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So I think we're talking about two different things then. Okay, fair. I watched a documentary on it was on Netflix. I don't know how accurate it is, but it was like Nobunaga, I think his name was. He was like a fearsome uh military leader, maybe a general, and he was feared by other Japanese armies as well. And he was so good at, I guess, reading the enemy, predicting what the enemy was going to do, and like ambushing the enemy, that he lasted for a long time, longer than he should have, because he was just so good with like tactics, war tactics, that he would like set up his men in so many positions that he would like ambush enemies and catch them off guard. That he would lose a lot of men. But this is something I find so fascinating, and I never thought about this, and the documentary talked about it. When you think about war in movies, you think about it like so cinematically, and they said like when these wars would happen in Japan, like the warring clans, it would just be just bodies flying and spears flying, swords flying, blood gushing everywhere. There's dirt in the air. You can't see anything. It's just chaos. You don't know if you're hitting your allies. You don't know if you're hitting your friends. You don't know if you're hitting the enemy. It was just so. There was so much going on. There was so much dirt kicked up. There was so much dust and blood and screaming, and you're looking over your back to make sure no one's going to stab you. Like, it was just so chaotic that like it was so unorganized, because you can't just organize like hand-to-hand combat when everybody's just fighting for their life. There were so many people that he said it was just a cluster of just death and injury, and it was insane. I never thought of it like that. In the Philippines, interesting. Wow. So what was this all about? I don't know anything about this, Dennis. What's this all about? Yes, that's what it was. Nobunaga, I think, had guns. I think that's what it was. I think he was the first one to adapt guns, and he was the most fearsome army because of it. I think that's what it was. I believe it was something like that, and that changed the game forever. And everybody's like, we can't fight this guy. This guy has like weaponry we've never dealt with before, and he was a bit of a dirty fighter. But like, who cares? Like, you gotta win. I get it. It was something like that, I think. Torin could probably remember. He probably knows more than me. I forgot about the name Nobunaga until he brought it up last stream. But I remember watching the documentary, and I think he adapted very quick to the people that came, and the tech and everything like that. And I think because of it, he was like fearsome for a long time because of it, because he was so quick to adapt to the times, I guess. I don't know. It was cool. It was cool. I don't remember what it was called, but I did learn. I saw another one too about about the Greeks, about Marcus Aurelius, and supposedly his son, Marcus Aurelius' son, was such a degenerate. Commodus, I think his son was Commodus, right? Do you guys know that? I believe. Thank you. 1582 Cagayan battles. Maybe I didn't say that right. Thank you so much. I'm going to look this up. I really appreciate that. This is going to be fun to look up after. But I think it was Commodus. I could be wrong. I think Commodus was Marcus Aurelius' son. And the story was that Marcus Aurelius was a very well-respected leader and military. I don't know if the word was general or what he was, but he was a man of the people. And he hated the fact that his son Commodus would be his heir, because Commodus was a spoiled rich kid and a horrible fighter. He had no interest in war or protecting his people. Marcus Aurelius supposedly, even the people who had less than him believed that he was trying his best to bring peace to his community and his empire, and he treated everybody with the same level of respect, I guess, and that's why he was well respected. But his son was the opposite. His son was a tyrant. His son liked torturing people. His son was obsessed with women and sex and greed, and had no interest in military tactics or protecting his people. And he's like, I don't want to give my son the heir. I'd rather give it to this other person who's like my son. He's an adopted son, but it wasn't his biological son. And Commodus hated that. And it plays out like a Greek tragedy. But I think it all was like well documented, that Marcus Aurelius felt like this adopted son, Commodus' stepbrother, was more of a son to him than Commodus was. So smart. What's smart? In response to their pikes being seized by the Wokou soldiers. The Spanish oiled the shafts of their pikes to make them difficult to... That is really smart. That's so smart, man. Like, that's how you win military tactics. But the Spaniards were, like, a force to be reckoned with forever, right? Didn't they, like, take over the entire world for a long time? They were, like, so fearsome. It was crazy. Right? Is that... Or am I incorrect? I was under the impression that was the case, that the Spaniards were very unbelievably intelligent in warfare and very, very powerful. They were very good at conquering other nations and taking over because their fighting tactics were so advanced. They were not from Spain. Fair. I just the Spanish Empire, is that what it's called? The Spanish Empire? So I just assumed that was from Spain. Where are they from? Man, I'm so ignorant in history, it's not even funny. Clearly, if you can't tell. They were from New Spain. Oh my goodness. That's really confusing. Oh, Americans! That's so silly. Okay, fair. I think it's so funny that in spite of all the efforts everybody put forth, all the fighting, everything, the smallest living, like, organisms, like bacteria, wiped out so many people. Just because of, like, diphtheria and stuff like that. Like, it's just little bacteria in water just murders everybody because, like, you didn't have antibiotics at that point. And, like, you drink the wrong thing, you eat the wrong meat that was sat out for too long, you drink from the wrong lake, and you just get wiped out in, like, 2 hours. It's crazy. Spain didn't have colonies. All was Spain. Interesting. No, I'm too ignorant on this stuff, but I do find it fascinating. Look at little Thunder Fury. What is that? What kind of weapon is that? That's silly.
Would you like to purchase something?
What is this? What are all these things?
Goodbye now.
That's fun, man. History's fun. History's really cool for stuff like that. Well, thank you guys for turning the stream around a little bit. I do appreciate that. I hope you didn't feel like you had to be here today, but I do appreciate it.
See you later.
Yeah, Aaron, next time you're back, if you're interested, we got to play that game. We didn't play it, so I'd love to try it out with you. You seemed excited to get into it, so I'm definitely excited to play with you. What quest do we have here now? Gorilla Sinew. That's a tough one. That's a really tough quest. I don't know if I can do that, man. We could try to solo it, but that's a toughie. Tuffy the Vampire Slayer, am I right? Okay. We'll kill these guys. We'll try to get it. So there's 2 quests. The Giblets and the Sinew. So they're different, I see. So we can definitely do the Sinew quest, but the Giblets, I think, might be hard. Because you have to fight waves after waves after waves of them. I don't know. We're at the level again, though. How nuts is that? So that's how many days we played? 2 days, 9 hours. Not horrible. Probably gonna be 60 in 3 days if we go really hard. Not awful. Corsair. See, Corsair. It's like Corsair. Corsair. Say it fast enough. Do you guys have any plans for the rest of your night? I guess Dennis is sleeping, I guess. I'm gonna have to get Diablo go for next stream. Man, I wanted to play Diablo so bad. I really wanted to play the Necro. I'm a little bit disappointed, but we'll get it going. I'll get it going overnight. So when I wake up, it's just done. Like, that was dumb. I don't get it. It's unfortunate. I really didn't have that on my bingo card today. If I may ask, Dennis, When are you starting your Twitch channel? If that's something you're doing, I mean. I would love to I would love to watch. I love the idea. That's why I ask mostly. It seems like so much fun. No, I didn't loot that. I mean, well, what I'm doing is so much smarter. Like, it's a better idea than what I'm doing. Jesus, can't get much. You know, I set the bar so low. I feel like. I think it's. I mean, I'm gonna push back and just say I disagree. I actually really like the idea. I thought it was funny. I thought it was fresh and silly. Damn, he leveled fast, man. You always make me laugh, man. I think your rants would be a riot. I can only imagine what you'd go on about. And, like, you're very well educated, so you could like pull from a lot of different places, and that's really funny to me. We leveled so fast. This is not a joke. This is level 23 weapon, but this weapon on the right hand side is from the Barrens. If you guys know the quest where you kill the harpies. Which is like a... Oh, is that a chest? No, it's a gorilla. It's a quest where you kill like level 11 or 12 harpies. Level 12 harpies. That's where this is from. This stupid dagger. We've leveled so fast that I haven't gotten a better weapon since yet. I haven't been able to replace it yet. And I would love to use my samurai sword, but I lose the agility. But I'm probably just going to hold on to this because it looks sick. I just like the samurai sword, so we'll just hold on to it just for the sake of the way it looks. Well, maybe we'll go for a little bit longer. Maybe we can go for like 15 or so. We'll end it at like maybe at like 5 or server time rather, or whatever. That way we can go for at least a steady 4 hours. I think this is a 4-hour stream, which isn't like as long as some of them, but it's not bad. While we do this quest, we get another level. We'll hit 46. That's cool. We're almost 50. So we definitely didn't hit 50 today like the stream said, but I didn't know how fast that... Because I heard the incursions are crazy for XP, so I didn't know how crazy. So now we saw it's about a level... About 2 levels a day, because you can do it daily. You can't do it over and over again. So it's about 2 levels a day, which is not bad. I was yapping the whole time, right? So... I feel like if I was actually paying attention and going really hard, like even right now, like the whole time we've been playing WoW today has been like casually playing WoW, not like degenning it. So I feel like if we degen it, you could probably pick up the pace and level even faster, I feel like. But it's a really nice buff. The right, is it gone? Am I crazy? Oh, it's right there. I'm dumb. Increases experience by 150%. Increases gold from quests by 300%. That's a really nice buff. And I have to take advantage of that. Off stream, I'm probably going to level... I mean, we could do it on stream too. I don't know how boring it is. I'd like to try a warlock. I'd like to try a warrior. Maybe even a rogue would be fun. I like classic rogues. I like all rogues, honestly. I just like rogues. Rogues are fun. I always liked rogues. I played rogues for a lot. It was one of my first mains was a rogue. I just like the idea of like stealth. But I went feral because I just like the idea of a cat. I like cats. So it felt like a rogue, but just with like a slight twist. Plus like a tank. And that was fun because we tanked Firelands. Hey, we leveled, boys. Level 46. Crazy. I feel like these kinds of quests are lost on people that don't play Classic, because like you'll kill like 40 gorillas before you get the quest item you need. But like the quest is meant to like pad the bar a little bit, because there's so like few quests, and there's so if the drop rate's like 100%, then you would run out pretty much out of quests before you hit 60. So when they make you grind like 20 or 30 mobs or more to get an item, that like gives you half a bar, or it fills up like half your experience thing, halfway if not more. So then when you hand in the quest, it levels you. You move on to the next zone. Like a lot of quests are like that to help. They gotta force you to grind a little bit. Pick in Discord. Oh, you guys said a lot. I'm sorry. I gotta look at this stuff after. Ah, interesting. This? That. So those are the spears you're talking about, I guess. Those are very long spears. Those are a lot longer than I expected them to look. I can see why those are so successful in war. Interesting. How long were those? Those look like they're like 13 feet long. That's crazy. 1/3 in Spanish. Interesting. I was about to ask. I don't know if they even know how to say that word. 1/3 guns, 1/3 pikes, 1/3 swords. Interesting. And you would have the shields up front, and then you would have the pikes in the front of the shields to like keep a distance while still like attacking the enemy, I guess. And then you'd have like guns in the back line, right? Interesting. Well, that's why they're so successful. Do you know who invented it? I always wonder, like, hey, nice, we got some greens. I always wondered, if people that like invent things that are used in like the death of many people, if they ever wonder, like, you know, Robert J. Oppenheimer said, like, he quoted, it's infamous, the Bhagavad Gita, I am like death, the destroyer of worlds, whatever that quote is. Because I guess he felt responsible for what the destruction of the atomic bomb did, even though he didn't know what it would do, but I guess he still felt guilt and remorse after the fact. But I wonder, like, other people that, like, they got to design gunpowder, didn't mean to design gunpowder, I think it was a mistake at first. Like, they fell upon it by accident. I think it was, like, alchemy they were working on, and then it exploded. And they're like, hey, this has use. We could use this for something. And then, like, that was gunpowder, or, like, explosive powder, or whatever. But I wonder if, like, he knew, like, oh, this is going to change the world and war forever. Nothing will ever be the same once this gets out. You have to wonder. Do we not have mana pots? No, it's okay. No shields, they're not Greek. That's crazy. That's crazy. Fighting without shields is absolutely insane. I can't imagine that. Hey, we got our last one. Sick. Do we hand it in here? Let's... We still gotta get the Sinew, but I think we can hand this quest in to do this part. I could be wrong. So, I guess I don't have the quest here yet. Clearly people have done it. What I always like about this quest is it summons this guy and you could tame him. He's 43, so I could tame him. But I'd have to farm the quest again. But it summons the white one. The white gorilla. He's a sick gorilla. But I don't have this quest yet, so I guess I gotta hand this in first and then maybe come back and do it or something. More talent points. Where do we put them? We got Intimidation. We got the double. Are we gonna have enough for Bestial Wrath? 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. Oh, we'll definitely have enough for Bestial Wrath. Defo. We just gotta keep putting points in here then. What do we do? Should we do the pet? Or should we do the... We'll do Aspect of the Hawk for now. Maya Hawk. Ethan Hawk. That's fair. War was their job. That sucks to have that as your job, though. Just because, like, you know, like, you probably don't have a very long career. Times back then were especially brutal. Now, at least, I feel like that we're a lot more tactical because of technology and just general strategy. But I feel like back then it was just a bloodbath for everyone. I could only imagine. It was just we had like such little strategy compared to like what exists today, especially with drones and algorithms and surveillance and bugging and espionage. Like it was just a different time. It was just so much more simple back then. Not to mention biological warfare, chemical warfare. Holy. This is like so classic. This quest is just such a classic quest. It's just grinding away, slow and steady, just killing one mob at a time. And like honestly, when I make dinner now and it's just gonna be cooking, probably, I might just finish this quest offline, like off Twitch, and I'll just like throw on like an audiobook, throw on a podcast, and just chill and like mindlessly grind. But like it just shuts my brain off. It's just relaxing. I don't know. Like retail WoW is too, there's too much going on. It's too fast paced. I like the speed of this. I don't get me wrong. I enjoy retail as well, but there's absolutely a time and a place for classic or season of discovery because it's a different pace. It forces you to slow down, and I don't mind that. To me, it's like a bit of a luxury. It's a benefit, not a what's the word? It's a feature, not a bug. That's what I mean to say. It's a feature, not a bug. Dude, you asking is the VOD staying up has been ringing in my head the whole time. I don't know if you're still there, Aaron, but that is the funniest thing to me. I cannot, please, always call me on my stupid shit. Thank you so much. That is so funny to me. Is the VOD still staying up? Jesus Christ, man. I have to give it to you, like, that was just, damn, right between the eyes, that one. First intimidation use, just because you don't need to, but intimidation is awesome. It's such a sick talent because like it's like a no shit button. You're gonna die, you pop intimidation, it gives you a second to breathe. You can use it as an interrupt. It's sick. I don't know if hunters even have an interrupt. Period. They might not. Just scattershot. I don't think hunters have a kick. I don't think they get a kick until Burning Crusade, I think, or maybe Wrath of the Lich King. You just get Scattershot. There's no other kick. That's crazy. And Scattershot doesn't even work on everyone. Oh, kite. Something else that like is just so lost on people that don't play classic is like feeding your pet, having bullets. You need to have like an ammo pouch. Hunters lose a bag because they need to have an ammo pouch, which is just like such a classic thing. It's so silly, but it's fun. I don't know. I like it. It's charming in a sense. Makes it a little bit more difficult. You gotta like be mindful of like how much space you have. Is this gorilla not attacking me there? I was waiting. That was weird. I don't know. It took him so long. Holy brother, grats. That's sick. Level 58, huh? Farmed that before. That's seriously what that chest looks like. That's a level like 3 robe in like early tailoring. That's nuts. That's so silly. My god, my dagger skill is so low still. So we just pop Aspect of the Viper, and then just shooting regenerates our mana so fast. It's crazy. It regenerates so fast with Aspect of the Viper. It's nuts. When I played Classic for the first time, I would just skin gorillas and farm the shit out of them for fangs. Because the gorilla hair sells for 60 gold when you get 10, and the gorilla fangs sell for 30 gold each. So, like, I literally had a bag filled with gorilla hair and fangs, and I would just keep selling, and then go back, farm more, keep going back, sell, farm more. And I was doing it because I was level, like, 35, 38, and I was trying to get 100 gold for the mount. And, like, yeah, you can do other stuff for the mount, but this is a steady way to do it. You're getting levels, you're getting skins, you're selling the vendors for quite a bit of gold at the time. It was a hell of a grind. But then you go to, like, Tanaris after you hit, like, 40, and the quests are just giving you, like, a gold a pop. Easy. Plus, like, more even. It's crazy. So if you want to get a mount after 40, you could just wait. And then just, like, the second you hit 40, and you start, like, questing in, like, Tanaris Beyond, the gold increases so much. Intentionally. Because they're, like, trying to get you a mount. But I always try to have mount money before I hit 40. I hate hitting 40 not having a mount. So I always, like, grind it out near the last few levels to just be like, I don't care how long it takes. I want to mount the second I hit 40. A few more pictures. No, take a look. Holy man. What's that in the middle? Interesting. They have cool names, huh? Is that the picture, the second last picture, is that from something? Wow, the Spanish seem very organized in warfare. That's crazy. So clearly they why are the Spanish so good at war? How did they have all this knowledge of, like, how to position your armies when fighting? Because it's just years and hundreds of years of fighting in wars. You just develop warfare tactics over time. This Sinnoh is, like, so rare, it's crazy. We're just killing gorillas forever, and there's Sinnoh is not dropping. I had a feeling that'd be the quest, but that's just nuts. It's like, where else do they? It's only here, really. So Europe was the best battlefield. That was from a Spanish movie. Very cool. Yeah, it seems like Europe had a lot of war amongst each other, even. Well, man, I think we reached the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna download Diablo today. Are you available? Are you around tomorrow or no? That makes sense. But, like, ooh, cool gun. Not an upgrade, though. Wouldn't that make them, like, the superior race, though? Because they were so good at something? Isn't superior just, like, better? Like, and they could keep changing. Whoever at the time is... Are we disconnecting? Oh, no. Whoever at the time is, like, the force to be reckoned with. Isn't that, like, the superior... at the time? It just keeps changing based on technology, based on whatever, I guess. I don't know. I feel like there was a time when, like, China was, like, the superior force in the world because I believe they were the first ones to develop gunpowder. And I feel like if you're the only ones with gunpowder and you're using it against the enemy, well, good luck defeating that enemy because they're using, like, magic against you almost. How do you defeat that? But I could be wrong. You're home all day tomorrow. That's sick. That's sick. So, what I was going to ask is, depending on how the day goes, if I can get off early... Well, not a race, like, people, superior, like, group or whatever, like... To be honest, I don't really understand race. I don't even really know what race is. I know it sounds, like, stupid to say that, but I don't quite understand the concept of it. It's sort of... I don't know. I don't really know what it is. I don't really know what race is. I know what people think it is, but I don't know. It's sort of confusing to me. Um, it seems like a very generic, general term that's like sort of meaningless in the grand scheme of things, but maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I think we as humans can't handle abstraction, and when things are too abstract, we gotta put them in boxes. Otherwise, we're scared that it's too abstract and we can't like box it. So we need to like come up with like boxes for things to put ideas in. Otherwise, it's just too chaotic all the time. Everything means nothing, and nothing has any value. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like whatever you want to call it, like that group of people that did this, figure out the technology first, are the superior group until someone else comes up with something that counters it, and then they're on top. And it's just an ever shifting. It's just the animal kingdom. It's just a more advanced animal kingdom. It's constant fight for power and for like dominance, where like this lion's number one, and then someone kills him, and then that guy's number one, and then someone kills him, and now someone else. It's usually like a younger one, right, that comes along and then takes him out because they're better and they've learned from you, and we stand on the shoulders of giants. I feel like the one that came along because they stood on the shoulders of the previous one. Like, you have to wonder, like, the British, who were very powerful in history for a long time, you have to wonder, did they get a lot of their tactics from, like, other countries in history over hundreds of years that have, like, learned how to do warfare and how to be successful, and I don't know. Yeah, it's just like, it seems like a social construct. I don't quite understand the idea of race. Sort of confusing to me, but that's what I mean by that. I'm like, I don't understand it. It doesn't seem like a measurable thing in my understanding of it. So I don't really I don't really care for it. Yes, I agree with that as well, but that's like the continent that you're born on. So like my question would be like, it gets confusing because like, how long do you have to live somewhere until you're considered like that of that land? And that's like my question. Like, in my opinion, for the sake of just conversation, if you're born there, that's what you are. Regardless of like whether your genealogy stems from there or not. If you're culturally raised and steeped in the culture of that place, you're that, whatever that is, regardless of what your genealogy says. Functionally, that makes sense for me. But maybe that's not accurate or what people want to hear. I don't know. Y'all learn from each other. That makes sense. Yeah. My thinking though is like, if you're Japanese, if your parents are Japanese, but they moved to Scotland before you were born, and they lived there for 20 years, and then they had you as a kid, and your parents were born in Japan, but they lived in Scotland for 20 years, then they had you, and you were always raised in Scotland, and you may appear Japanese because both your parents are Japanese, but you were raised in Scotland, you've only eaten Scottish food, you went to Scottish high school, you're Scottish. Like, and to be fair, there are people that don't look like a traditional Scotsman, whatever you want to call it, but they have the accent. You know, I've seen that many times where like there's one gentleman, I don't remember the actor's name, but he used to make jokes about it because he says he has a Texas accent, and as soon as he opens his mouth, people are shocked by how he sounds. He's like, but people think it's a joke. He's like, but I grew up in Texas, so this is just my voice, but people don't expect it because of the way I look. I'm like, it's so funny how like we're just like that, just naturally. Like, it's just, if you were to see someone that doesn't look like they're from there and have a very thick accent from that area, it's like jarring for a second. 'Cause you're like, oh, I didn't expect that. Who knows why? I don't know why. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's more cultural. It's like, where are you raised? What food did you eat? What schools did you go to? What lingo do you use? That's what makes like the culture, in my opinion. It might have been a comedian, not an actor. I don't remember, but I remember it wasn't that long ago that I saw it. The guy had like it was such a thick Texas accent, it didn't even seem real. There's some of those southern accents are so thick. Like, I guess Theo Vaughn is one of them. It seems almost like a character, and that's just what they sound like, but I guess we don't hear it often enough. That when you hear it in a movie or something, you're like, man, that's like, it's funny. Like, it's almost like a funny accent. And some accents are funnier than others, right? Like, I don't think British is as funny as like Southern America. Like the South, the deep South accent is just, I don't know, it's got like, it's funny. It's like, it's charming and funny and silly. I don't know. Louisiana's a funny accent. Louisiana is so much. I love the Louisiana accent. Oh my god. Of all the accents in America, that one probably has the most character. It's such a fun accent. And you can hear when people are from there, but they lose it because they haven't lived there in so long. But then once in a while, it comes out when they say certain words. It's so silly. But I think that's like French influence. I could be wrong. But I thought Louisiana. I thought for some reason I think it has like ties to France or something, but I could be incorrect. Although you probably know, I'm sure. Yeah, dude, I should call it honestly. Like, okay, if anyone is watching, and you're willing to, there's never any pressure. If I may ask you to like the video, I believe it helps other people find us. But there's never any pressure, of course. If it's something you're willing to do, it's a free way to show support. If you're willing to like the video, or leave a comment, whatever, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Anything that you're willing to do. We do have a Discord as well if you'd like to join the Discord. One last time, like I did say at the beginning of the stream, I do apologize for today's stream. It is definitely of lower quality than many of the other streams that I've done, by far. And that will change. Today I just had a lot going on. I was going to call the stream. We weren't even going to do it. But I still felt it was important to show up as a commitment to the people that watch. Even a subpar stream is better than no stream, in my opinion. Maybe some will disagree, and you can let me know in the comments if that's the case. But I hope I redeemed myself a little bit by trying to shift the energy from the beginning to later on in the stream. You know, I'm human, I guess, like the rest of you, so I take things in strides. I try my best, and sometimes I do fail, but I do try my best. So I appreciate everybody's patience with me today. And I look forward to the next one, because the next one I know will be much, much better. But I thank you for sticking around. Thank you for today. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for allowing me to play WoW. I know it's not everybody's favorite game, but it is. I do enjoy it. The only stream with the Spanish spikes. Yes, sir. All right, dude. First Spanish, then French, then English. Jeez, man, you're the best, Dennis. Okay, well, chat soon. I was gonna ask if you're available tomorrow. I don't know what the date has, but if I can get on, maybe we can play some Diablo. Hit 60. But we'll see. Be safe. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Be safe. We'll chat on Discord if you want to join the Discord. If not, I'll see you next stream, which is definitely Thursday. That's our next scheduled stream. If time allows, and not making any promises, I don't know. Maybe we can do tomorrow. We'll see. I don't want to make any promises. So that's if like the stars align. So we'll be in touch. But be safe. You guys are the best. Nolly the Dome out. See you guys soon.